When the day breaks, when the sun goes down, I can hear the song of the wind. When the sun goes down, and I pray for peace, and I look to the light. When the sun goes down, I pray for peace. Good day, family. Oh, you are incredible. To know that what we do radiates out across the planet is a good thing. And to know that the weave of community is never broken. May be threadbare, but is never broken. So today when we do some singing, you have to look at each other. Let's practice. Look at each other and go, mm-hmm. Nod your head. Look at it. Let me see it. Mm-hmm. Because we're here, we're all about at Othering and Belonging. We're all about this and not this. We're all about the yes. So let us begin. Nothing in your hands. Let's get to going. Got a little call and response in between. But let's start with this. Come on. Come on now. Oh, already. Everybody here has got a place at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in. Come on now. Everybody here has got a place at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in. Again. Everybody here has got a place at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in. I'm saying everybody here has got a place at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in, sit on down, Glad you're here. Stick around. Why? Because everybody here has got a place at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in. I'm saying it's at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in. Us and them. You and me, everyone, A to Z, because everybody here has got a place at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in. I'm saying everybody got a place at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in, sit on down. Glad you're here. Stick around. Why? Because everybody here has got a place at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in. I'm saying everybody here has got a place at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in. I'm saying everybody here has got a place at the table. Everybody, everywhere, come on in. I'm saying everybody here has got a place. Everybody, everywhere, come. Harmony? Yes! Okay, I'm just trying to figure out. Somewhere here. Oh, here I go. There I go. Oh, all right. Okay. Hands out like this, everybody. Come on, don't leave a sister hanging now. Hands out like this. We got to hold everybody up. So when I say the word up, I want you to give me some attitude. So if I say, hold everybody up, let me see you. Okay, and I want, like that Oakland little grease sounded. Up. Oh, okay. Excellent. So there's a little call response, and you'll just join in right with me. Starting here. We gotta hold, sing with me. We gotta hold everybody. We gotta hold everybody up. Okay, now that's good. Now the next time we do it twice through. Second time, the up goes down. You'll see what I mean. So I know. This from a person who taught 6th grade singing at St. Paul's for 21 years. You know, your mind gets 21 years. We gotta hold everybody. We gotta hold everybody up. We gotta hold everybody. We gotta hold everybody up. Hold everybody up, up, up. Hold everybody up, up, up. Hold everybody up, up, up. Hold everybody. And then we clap because we know how to clap on 2 and 4 here in the East Bay. Just because you look like you and I look like me, it doesn't mean we can't be friends. You're not my enemy. We gotta hold everybody. We gotta hold everybody up. Gotta hold everybody. We gotta hold everybody up. Hold everybody up, up. Hold everybody. Hold everybody. Hold every. And then we clap. People all around the world sometimes feel so sad. But when others show they care, well, things don't seem so bad. We gotta hold everybody up. Yeah, we got everybody. We gotta hold everybody. Hold everybody up, up. Hold everybody up, up. Hold everybody up, up. Hold everybody. And we clap again. Thank you, Reverend Dr. King, for showing us what love can bring. Thank you, my diva, for lifting up South Africa. We gotta, harmony's good. We gotta hold everybody up. We gotta hold everybody. We gotta hold everybody up. Hold everybody. Hold everybody. Hold everybody. Big finish. Hold everybody up. Come on. And then we start clapping because that's how we do it. Oh, people. In these days, one of the best things to do is sing. One of the best things to do is sing. And we're going to do just a little bit more something here. Just got another couple of minutes. But here's what I want to do. You know, these are crazy times. Anybody agree with that? Yeah. And sometimes we get snarly. And we want to react in a less than peaceful way. And so whenever I'm feeling like that, I love to sing this song. And please, I want you to sing it with me. And let's throw some harmonies in there because there's only one sky on the planet. And there's always an incredible light that shines on us even when we think that it's not there. So when I'm feeling like a little crazy, instead of like screaming at somebody, honking my horn or getting out the car, you know, and wanting to do something stupid, I throw my head back and we're all going to do this together. You'll know what to do. Shine on me, oh shine on me, let the light from the lighthouse. Come on now. Shine. Harmony's on me. Harmony's good. Oh, shine on me. Oh, shine on me. Let the light from the lighthouse do what? Shine on me. Hold me close. Oh, hold me close. Let the light from the lighthouse hold me close. Oh, hold me close. Yes, hold me close. Let the light from the lighthouse hold me close. Shine, shine on me. Oh, shine on me. Let the from the lighthouse shine on me. Oh, shine on me. Oh, shine on me. Let the light from the lighthouse shine on me. Thank you.
That is Melanie DeMore. Obviously, she is a singer-songwriter and with a remarkable voice. She was a California artist in residence with the Oakland Youth Chorus for 10 years and received an award from Music Educators National Conference for her work with young singers and artists. She was on the music faculty at St. Paul's School in Oakland, where she teaches a cappella singing. She was also a founding member of the Grammy-nominated, critically acclaimed vocal ensemble Linda Tillery and the Cultural Heritage Choir. Right. We know them well. She wants you to know that she uses her voice as a weapon of mass connection. She's a vocal activist. One more time for Melanie DeMore. Also, I heard y'all, you sound good. These harmonies up front also sound good. Clap it up for yourselves. It was a community sing, so all of you were the spotlight. Thank you for sharing your gift and your power with us. It is now time to move on to our belonging and community conversation, led by Brett Cook Disney. Brett Cook is an interdisciplinary artist and educator who uses storytelling as a vehicle to distill complex ideas and creative practices to transform outer and inner worlds of being. Cook's objects feature painting, drawing, photography, and elaborate installations to tell pluralistic stories that reinvent representation. His public projects typically involve community workshops featuring artists, integrated pedagogy, along with music, performance, and food to create a fluid boundary between art making, daily life, and healing. He published Who Am I in This Picture with Amherst College Portraits with Wendy Ewald in 2016. And in 2009, he published that last book. In 2016, he published Clouds in a Teacup. And in 2017, he was the director of social practice and pedagogy at SF State Healthy Equity Institute and a visiting professor in community arts and social practice and diversity studies at California College for the Arts. He's currently a trustee of A Blade of Grass, nurturing socially engaged art. He's my good friend. He's a surfer. He's a great dad. And he's a wonderful community member. Put your hands together for Brett Cook Disney.
Thank you. It's so great to be here. I'm so excited, so honored by this privilege. And what I'd like to do is start by taking 3 breaths together. So if you could, put both your feet flat on the ground. You probably have things in your hands. You might be eating. Let's put both of our feet flat on the ground. Try to sit up straight if you can. Put your hands on your lap. And let's take 3 breaths together. So breathe in and out. In and out. In and out. Thank you. I did that for 3 reasons. The first reason I did that is I really wanted us to just be here in the present moment. You know, we've all been coming from lunch or been thinking about things we're going to do, and for this little time that we have together, I really wanted us to be the present. It's what someone, Thich Nhat Hanh, calls a meditation, that we were actually reflecting and acting in that moment. I'll talk more about him later. The second reason I did that is what we just did was a collaboration. So I used to think collaboration meant I have an idea, you help me do it, that's collaboration. Exactly, it's a joke. Now, I actually think collaboration means how do we look at the expertise we each have as individuals and combine that to make something greater than we can make by ourselves. So breathing is something that we all had to do, and we all did it in our own way. Some people use more of their diaphragm, some people use more of their belly, some people might have used more of the back of their lungs, but that was something that we all wanted to do. We did it together, and that was a collaboration. And so what I'm going to do today is also going to be a collaboration. So I'm going to take this, let me come down. And so in the spirit of collaboration, let me just start out by saying, when I say community, what's that make you think of? Just say out loud anything, and I'll parrot it back since I have the microphone. Love. Family. Care. Connection. What was that? Struggle. Belonging. People of color. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Now, hold on. Who can tell me what would be one sentence that describes community? So we've all had some kind of like brainstorm words. What would be a sentence that describes community? So anybody. What is it? Living in mutual aid. My friend Evan's going to write that for us. So number 1, the sentence. Normally I would have you write this, but it's kind of a big room. So we're going to have my friend Evan write this. And while he's writing that, let me ask for a second sentence. Who can tell me a second sentence? I'm going to write over here. I think this part of the audience gets neglected. Let me come over here. What's another sentence that describes community? Anybody?
Shared interest.
Okay. So let me finish this one. Living in mutual aid, shared interests. We got for number 2. T.O. Evan? Okay. And let me get a third. I heard someone in the back. What's a third sentence? There's a hand. A place to be seen. Okay. I'll let Evan write this. He's famous now. And I'll run back up here. All right, so we have, in the spirit of a good teacher, community, living in mutual aid, community, shared interests, and community, a place to be seen. Awesome. Okay. What we have just made is a rubric. Who knows what a rubric is? Raise your hand if you know what a rubric is. Okay, what's a rubric? Who can tell me what a rubric is? Anybody? What is it? A theological construct. Could be one definition. I'm looking for a little different one. Who has another kind of suggestion? Thank you for that. What was that? A set of limiting criteria. I like to call it an assessment tool, maybe more simply. You could call it that too. I mean, the way that I think of it, most people when they think of rubric, they think of A through F. That is a grading rubric. That's a rubric that I, as a teacher, have the privilege to assess your ability to complete an assignment. My issue with that kind of rubric is, first of all, it's hierarchical. So to have Fs, so you have As, there's this kind of structure where someone has to be unsuccessful to be successful. My other issue with that kind of rubric is that I have the privilege as the teacher to dictate that to you. Whereas in this case, we made a rubric that I didn't come up with. This is a rubric that was come up with together in this room that we're now going to look at some other things that aren't hierarchical. And now if we can dim the light, I'd like to show some slides. Is there a picture there? So I can't see it. Oh, there we go. What's that make you think of? So here's a picture. Just shout out like we've been doing in the spirit of collaboration. What's this make you think of? Money, eating, dinner. What else? Colonization. Shout out colonization. White men. Okay. Very, very opinionated group. I like it. Okay. So this is the faculty club at Harvard University. And part of why I show you this is because this is how I grew up learning about art. This is before Kehinde and Amy did those pictures of the president and the first lady. I grew up with thinking about art was usually men. They're usually white men. And they're usually in places where people don't have access. So even here at the faculty club, if you're an undergraduate at Harvard, you can't go to the faculty club. You don't get in there. It's only for a very select few. And essentially, it's man, a little bit of landscape, and it's done in oil paint. Let's look at our rubric. Community, living in mutual aid? Maybe for them, maybe. Community, shared interest? Maybe not your interest, maybe not my interest. A place to be seen? Are you seen in there? Is that your aesthetic? It's not really my aesthetic. Okay, let's keep going. And so some of this comes from the notion of what Western art has come from. So this is actually in Oaxaca, but it kind of epitomizes this notion of Western art that a lot of it was around deities. They were mostly patriarchal. They were made of men bigger than you. And so even though that this is in a little pueblo in Oaxaca, in Coyotepec, I believe, it still kind of epitomizes these ideas. So then some people say, well, what if we did something outside? So here's a sculpture. This is Lafayette. This is in Brooklyn. And so again, it's a man. Again, he's bigger than you. The thing that I find interesting, in this case, he has a slave holding his horse. And then the other part that's really interesting is the place that everyone's connecting on this piece is actually the sword. So you can see the sword is shining because that's where people are touching the piece. And here's another one. This is in Cambridge. Here's even bigger than you. And you know what? We're going to put a fence around it so you can't touch it. And so these are the kind of things that I just learned about art unconsciously, that when I thought about art with a capital A, it had these kind of like parameters, even though I was really good at drawing, that I kind of internalized. So then someone said, well, what if we do murals? So here's a mural. It's done by Darrell Wells. It's in Los Angeles. It's multi-ethnic. It's got ancestors in it. It has children in it. But a 16 by 16 foot painting outside a 16 by 16 foot painting in a gallery is called a painting. A 16 by 16 foot painting outside is called a mural. What is that about? Sometimes, like the piece up in the, I guess, upper right-hand corner from the Mission, the people who paint murals, they don't have MFAs in painting. They don't know about art history. That's not kind of where they come from. Sometimes, like that middle piece in Chicago by Oakland painter Johanna Potig, murals are for everyone. So unlike the faculty club or unlike a gallery or museum, they're outside where everyone has access. They're not commodified and you can touch them. And then last, like the piece Women Who Work for Change in Brooklyn with Dorothy Day and Shirley Chisholm, they have social messages, they have social content. They're really overt about the social agenda. And part of that comes from these three, kind of los tres grandes, they called them, these three muralists from Mexico. And this is actually Diego Rivera. He's kind of like the most known out of Siqueiros, Orozco, and Rivera. And these were people that were painters, and he's a painting that he did. It's actually a fresco where you put paint into the plaster. And here's this image of Zapata, the agrarian leader, and he's there with the workers, and they've killed the landowner. And so here you have this mural, but this is in the Museum of Modern Art. So for those three dudes, murals are kind of okay, but when you really think about the art world and when they think about murals, it's kind of pejorative. They're not really thought of as real art. And then you have graffiti. So graffiti comes from the Latin word graffiare, which means to scratch. Some people think those first cave paintings in Lascaux were people putting their names on the wall. Or you can go where Alexander the Great conquered all the way through Europe, down into North Africa, and everywhere he went, he put his name. Or you can go into the cliffs of New Mexico, and in the cliffs, the conquistadors put their names in the cliffs. Or my favorite, you go to the Temple d'Endor in the Met in New York, so that they take this whole temple from Egypt, bring it over to the Metropolitan Museum, and in it you can see Alexander 1890. So tagging is not a new thing. People have been tagging a long time, okay? What we kind of think about graffiti is usually it's done in spray paint, and it was usually thought of as something kids of color did in urban settings. These two pieces from Shock and KR come from the golden era of Bay Area graffiti. This is in the late 80s, early 90s, and it's done with a couple colors. And then you go up another image, and this is in 93, and this is really classic graffiti, real hard blues. Classic because it's linear, it's an outline, you fill it in, you outline it, and classic because it's somebody's name. So this guy came, put his painting on there, has all his friend's name on the curb, and this is really classic graffiti. So is this graffiti? This is a guy, Barry McGee. So his paintings now in auction go for 6 figures. Okay, this is a Muni tunnel he did in 1993 in San Francisco. Is this graffiti? Someone would say, yep, it's in spray paint. It's not supposed to do it, doesn't have permission, that's graffiti. What about this? So this is in front of the Brooklyn Library. This is close to Prospect Park, kind of to the edge of that picture is primarily a West Indian Hasidic neighborhood at this time, that when the picture was taken. It's an old picture. But at the time this happened in the summer, people who came to New York told the Arts Commission that this was one of their favorite pieces that they've ever seen of public art. The kind of responses they had from people, they said they loved the cows that were all over New York City. So basically what they did was they copied something that had been done the year before in Chicago where they had artists paint cows, and then they just put them all over New York. And so I show you this because in my opinion, this is a really violent form of public art. Because part of the reason why I think people say that art doesn't matter is because a lot of times, like this, it doesn't. This is not, and this is obviously my opinion. But this was not something that community asked for. There are no cows in Brooklyn. If you know art history, that's supposed to be a riff off Mondrian, so there's not a lot of French people in this neighborhood. But it exists because somebody who had privilege and power dictated this outcome. So on the one hand, people think it's great, and on the other hand, that's why they don't have it in school, because this really has no relationship or no purpose or no advocacy, no meaning of belonging for the people who live in that community. And so is this graffiti. So if I took that pencil or that pen that Evan had and wrote on a bus, I would get in trouble. But if you are old school Crystal Pepsi, or you're Canon, or you're Nike, or you're some agency, you can have this privilege and you can put these things up there, and we don't call it graffiti, we may not call it art, but it still occupies this public space. So what's this make you think of? Nothing. What is it? Capitalism. What else? Sour milk. What was that? Okay, Middle America. Interestingly enough, this picture was taken in West Oakland. Okay. Opportunity for community gardens, yes. Let's look at our rubric. Living in mutual aid. Shared interest. A place to be seen. So part of why I wanted to show you this before I'm going to show you one of my favorite projects from one of my favorite kind of lessons was this idea that a lot of times we think of art about representation and about objecthood. And that can be true. But part of the issue with the cows and with this is not simply about that there is an image of a white man in a primarily African-American neighborhood, but it's like, who has the privilege to dictate that they're going to have a billboard in their backyard? Who has the power to dictate that Clear Channel is going to be the biggest thing on the top of this and everything else is going to be subservient to that within the hierarchy of how the image is viewed? And so part of what I want to convey is that, in my opinion, art is not just because you can draw good. Art is about being able to make creative decisions that have an expressive impact. That is a conceptual type of art. And so this is kind of the context that I want to talk about when I talk about what I've come to share with you today. And so what I'm going to share with you today is about Durham. Who knows anything about Durham, North Carolina? Okay, shout out Durham. Ooh, ooh, go Durham. So, tell me something about Durham. Who can tell me anything about Durham? NCCU. Go Eagles! Woo, woo. Okay. Well, before we go on with this too long, let me tell you about Durham. So Durham is a place in the southern part of the United States that, unlike a lot of the South, didn't have a really big slavery culture. After the Native Americans were, decimated, It was essentially European Americans and African Americans, and unlike the rest of the plantation kind of economy, in Durham they grew tobacco. So they need people to grow the tobacco. So they said, okay, you can help us grow this tobacco, and we're going to have you live way on the other side of town, and then we'll grow this tobacco together. But eventually what happened is those tobacco barons made a lot of money, and then they made universities like Duke and UNC, and the place grew until it became what they call the New South, where now there are people from Southeast Asia and from other parts of the world that have come there to study. Or now, migrant workers are the people that are coming from Mexico and Central America who are working in all those fields. And so now this place that used to be essentially this dichotomous, seemingly homogeneous cultural space has become super complex and reflective really of our country. And so the Bloods knew that the migrant workers didn't have papers, so they would steal money from them. And then Duke, I don't know if you know this, has the richest student body population in the country. So unlike Ivy Leagues, like people there aren't getting scholarships. So the kids that go to that school, people are like, look, don't go outside. Durham's got black people. Do not go off the campus. So when we reflect back on the things around the lacrosse incident or different incidents that are there, they're embedded in these issues of race and class that have really been a part of that place. So if you live in Durham, most of the people live in Durham, they don't like Duke. They root for UNC. Duke is not a place that's thought about favorably. And so I was brought there with this understanding that we have all these communities now that are in conflict. And we want you to come and do something that would help this community. And so this is what I wanted to share with you today, is really some best practices from this experience. And what we did is we brought people together that would never be in the same room. And we asked them, what is something authentic that you want to do that would reflect your place? And part of the skillfulness was having people in this kind of leadership model with me who were from that place. And so we got people to make recommendations in the spirit of collaboration. Everyone's contributions had value. You can see here's people making their recommendations. And then participants practice reflection and action. So who knows who Paulo Freire is? All right, big up yourself. So who's Paulo Freire? Anybody? Give me something. Educator, pioneer, revolutionary. Great answer. He wrote this book a lot of people know, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. But part of why I bring him up in this context is he talked about true dialogue as reflection and action. That if you only have reflection without action, it can be inert. I always joke, less like academe, just kind of inert. But conversely, if you only have action without reflection, it can be violent. So really true dialogue is a balance of reflection and action. Like that first breath we took, that was a meditation. We didn't close our eyes and walk on water. We were reflecting on the act of breathing. And so instrumental to this work is dialogue, reflection and action. And people really thought about the things that they wanted, and this is what they came up with. These are their key values. These are the things that this community of people who would never be in the same room, all different classes, all different ethnicities, all different backgrounds, this is what they came up with. And then I went back and forth for a year after 5 years of starting this idea of learning about the place. So one time I would lecture at the art history department, go to the art department, spend time on the campus. The next time I would go to the mosque. I had just come back from living in Oaxaca, so then I would go and hang out with the dishwashers who are undocumented and spend time with them. And so eventually building all these relationships until we made this. And now I would like to roll the video, please.
Anywhere you see a line, just go right over the line, okay? So you will be drawing this. You're making this. What does it mean to have people be engaged? Is it something to say, well, I'll show them a movie or I'll put a piece of paper outside and they're engaged with it? Or does it mean that they help make it? Or they make all of it? And I'm just making it with them. So just take it up. And then try to line up the colors at the bottom. See where the bottom is kind of, it's above a little bit and then back.
From before I started at the center's had a relationship with the West End neighborhood and with the Quality of Life Project.
quality of life was a way in which we realized that part of this West End was built upon relationships, neighborhoods that have been working together with issues that related to the community.
We have engaged in various projects to document the stories and the ideas that have been shared with us as important stories for the neighborhood.
I'm Catherine in Southwest Central Durham. Quality of life.
My name is Dorcas Bradley. This
quality of life in Southwest Central Durham.
Quality of life to me would be an environment.
We've been real pleased at the products because they were generated by asking the community what they wanted. And the same is for what's happening with Brett's work.
Part of this is a research project that starts with learning about the place. Let's learn its geography, let's learn its climate, let's learn its cultural history. My work started the first time I came to Durham.
Brett spent a year getting to know this community.
I don't know, is it good? Is it going okay?
We went to the Quality of Life Project steering committee and we said, we have this idea that we could take what we've learned about the history of the neighborhood, about the feeling and the soul of the neighborhood, and we could ask to become a part of a project that amplified that.
What I was hearing people saying is like, we want people to be more connected. We want people to be in relation. We want people to authentically know each other and care for each other. It's not about reacting to things that are negative. What's something positive that I want in the world? That drives a lot of my practice. We have the Y right here. See what that looks like. What these projects are doing is they're creating an architecture for lots of people to be invested in these things and collaboratively transcending age and gender and different disciplines of expertise, be participants. And so I think we're talking about, 25 years of time of refining this notion of, well, I just put something outside for people to see, to how do we create things collectively so that we're all engaged.
People become engaged because they care about something.
In all of this diversity, in all of this complexity, what would be a way that we could find some thread that complexity could connect to? And Pauli Murray became that symbol.
People now, because of the murals of Pauli Murray, will now begin to read about her or know who she is.
She is everything and nothing. She's African American, she's not African American. She's an academic, she's not academic. She's an advocate for peace, she's a revolutionary, she's a writer, she's been marginalized, she's been on the cover of Life magazine. So all of these pieces that literally and figuratively a lot of people could connect to. And using that as a major thread to build things to.
Grab a couple more. Okay.
Is that all right? And then we just roll it up.
One and two on the master.
Lord, we give you thanks for this beautiful day. Thank you for your blessings toward us. God, we thank you because you kept us through the night for all hurt, harm, and danger. Woke us up this morning able to see and speak for ourselves. Now we are gathered here together to have a good time. And let everybody say amen. 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 Amen.
The party has started.
Good morning, evening, friends. Here's your friendly announcer.
Getting ready to do some color.
I have serious news to pass on.
I think that the work of Face Up is going to show that. People actually live in these neighborhoods that care, that work, that play, and love one another.
Could mean the world's disaster.
Part of this work has been about building architectures where people can see themselves in each other.
Oh, we have quilting.
People are coming from all walks of life and sitting here and just piecing it together, one stitch at a time, which is what we're all trying to do.
And we have Seeds is giving out seeds and talking about gardening.
We work for Seeds, Southeastern Efforts Developing Sustainable Spaces. We're just handing out seeds.
Yeah. We have coloring on the murals. We have sketchbooks.
We've got the Scrap Exchange sponsoring our community monument project, so people can go and build their own community monument and put it on display, and there are all kinds of crazy materials from the Scrap Exchange. There's a labyrinth that's made out of shoes, and people have painted shoes and written things on shoes about community or their wishes for the world.
What is most important to them about community?
Education is the key. And I really believe in that. I'm a school teacher at Lakewood Elementary School, second grade.
We have music for dancing and chalk for coloring and a lot of fellowship.
Nothing like this happened when I was a child. So I think it's nice, and I think it's good for the neighborhood, and I think it's good for Durham.
These kind of events help us remember that we're all people. We all have blood coursing through our veins. We're all breathing the same air.
It's expression. It's ideas. Everybody has ideas, and everybody can express themselves.
You can do this. Anybody can do this. This is not about me. The lesson in this is not to be attached just to the objecthood, but practice another way of being in the world.
Brett refers to these pieces as the debris of our work together, that the pieces are not the thing, that the relationships are the thing, and that the community is the thing.
It's not a beginning, middle, and end. Yeah, Brett's appearance on our scene, absolutely. That particular influx of energy, absolutely. But this bigger goal of building a loving community, I hope it never ends.
If I keep on doing my work, and if Barbara keeps on doing her work, and if all of the people that participated in this project continue to do the work, you can't stop. You have to keep on tending it. That's what community is.
Okay. Let's look at our slides. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So back to slides. Got the video. All right. My time is almost out. So, what's that make you think of? Belonging. Community. Caring, love, good answers. Let's look at our rubric. Living in mutual aid? Shared interests? A place to be seen? So let's look at their rubric. Fostering respectful partnerships. Where did you see that in the video? Anybody? Maybe for lack of time, let me share with you. So in Durham, there's this place called Trosa. It's kind of like the Delancey Street model around addiction. So they essentially are the infrastructure of Durham. They have a furniture store there. They clean Duke. They do all kinds of, part of the recovery model is that you go for a year, unlike a short-term one, and you learn a trade and you graduate with a savings account and a car. And so they make Durham go, except they're never, ever acknowledged. And so as the chair professor at Duke and UNC, we decided to really have them as a partnership. And typically, you know, as a fancy professor, they have a big event for you and you have drinks. And I said, look, we're never going to have drinks at anything we do so those people can be there. And so that is just one example. Thank you. But that's one example of when we talk about partnerships and ways that these things can really be embodied through the actions that we choose. Contemplative time. Where'd you see contemplative time? Okay, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Labyrinth, someone said, but we'll come back. History and purpose. Where'd you see history and purpose? Pauli Murray. Raise your hand if you knew who Pauli Murray was. Okay, not too many. So Pauli Murray, and I got to finish quickly here. Pauli Murray was a woman born in Maryland but grew up in North Carolina in Durham. She wanted to go to UNC to go to school, couldn't go there because she was black. Ended up going to CUNY, and then When she wanted to go to law school, she wanted to go to Harvard, couldn't go there because she was a woman. Ended up going to Bolt, did a lot of the early Brown versus Board of Legislation work, wrote a book called Proud Shoes in '53, the first multi-ethnic account by a woman of color of the South. It's written by a woman of color in '53. She's writing about issues of gender, being a man trapped in a woman's body in the '50s. She's one of the women that starts the National Association of Women. And then in '77 goes back to Yale, get her PhD in Holy Orders, and becomes the first female Episcopal priest in the same church where her and her grandmother used to sit up in the balcony, and the same pulpit that had her grandmother's owner's name in the pulpit. So on the one hand, here's this person nobody knows about. And on the other hand, here's this giant person that everyone could connect to. And so just think about it. We're in Oakland. They don't have 5 murals of a queer person all over Oakland. And this is in Durham, where there is no mural tradition, where there isn't this kind of openness around gender, et cetera, et cetera. So to wrap up, my point being, all of these impacts came out of it, out of this project. And part of why I wanted to share this project, because this is 13 years ago. This is before the mayors even started writing about placemaking. This is before the great Roberto Bedoya started talking about placekeeping. This is 13 years ago. And part of why I wanted to share this with you today is that I could have just told you what to think about in terms of belonging or in terms of community, but part of the real understanding is getting to that in community together. And so, yes, we should have presentations, we should have conferences where people share their expertise. And part of my belief is that we also want to make spaces where we can all belong together. And finally, last two, here's Tree of Contemplative Practices. We talk about contemplative time. And here's my last slide. Here's her definition. True community is based upon equality, mutuality, and reciprocity. It affirms the richness of individual diversity as well as the common human ties that bind us together. In the spirit of community, I want to thank you for letting me be here with you today, and I hope this gives you some inspiration. Have a great afternoon.
Please help me thank Brett Cook Disney. Please, let's thank Brett Cook Disney for his time. Can you hear me? So. Can you guys turn my mic on? Thank you. One more time for Brett Cook. He moves me so much, I get all tingly, so bear with me as I read this next introduction. Presenting Room for All of Us, we have with us the Right Honorable Adrienne Clarkson. Adrienne Clarkson arrived in Canada in 1942 as a refugee from Hong Kong and made the astonishing journey from penniless child to accomplished broadcaster, journalist, and distinguished public servant in a multifaceted lifetime. Her mandate as Governor General is universally acknowledged to have transformed the office, and her energy, enthusiasm, and passion have left an indelible mark on Canada's history. In 2005, Madam Clarkson co-founded the Institute for Canadian Citizenship, ICC, which helps new citizens to become actively involved and included in Canadian life. The Institute hosts 6 degrees, the Global Forum on Citizenship, Immigration, Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging in the 21st Century, which takes place annually in Toronto and its global hubs of Berlin and Mexico City. Madam Clarkson is the best-selling author of the 2014 CBC Massey Lectures, Belonging, The Paradox of Citizenship and Room for All of Us, Surprising Stories of Loss and Transformation, among others. A Privy Councillor and companion of the Order of Canada, Madam Clarkson lives in Toronto with her husband, writer and philosopher, John Ralston Saul. Please give a warm welcome to our Canadian friend, the Right Honorable Adrienne Clarkson.
Are we going to do something about that? Yes. Hey, I asked for the lights to come up because I really love to see the faces of people I'm talking to. Although I spend a lot of my life under the footlights, and under spotlights, I really like to look at people. I like to see their responses to what I have to say. I wish to acknowledge before we begin that we are gathered today on the occupied territory of the Ohlone people, who have stewarded this land for generations, and I recognize that Oakland sits on the territory of the ancestral and unceded land of the Chochenyo Ohlone. By offering By offering this land acknowledgement, I affirm Indigenous sovereignty. I am here today from Toronto, Canada, which is in the Dish with One Spoon territory. The Dish with One Spoon is a treaty between the Anishinaabe, Mississaugas of the New Credit, and the Haudenosaunee that bound them to share the territory and protect the land. Subsequent Indigenous nations and peoples have all come and been invited into this treaty in the spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. I work to help implement the results of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Canada put forward in 2015. And I just want to start by saying, to you Americans here, you know so little about us in Canada, and we know everything about you. As Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau said nearly 50 years ago, being next to the United States for Canada is like a mouse being in bed with an elephant. You just worry every time it breathes deeply that it might roll over on you. My personal story I thought would be of interest as a preamble to what I'm going to tell you about in citizenship and belonging. I came to Canada as a refugee with my Chinese family. I am from the Toisan and Hakka regions of China, but my family is part of a diaspora of Chinese that has been for generations because of poverty in China, living in South America, Indonesia, what's now Indonesia, Peru, and places in Australia. My father was born overseas in Australia, although of Chinese parents. We lost everything in the war in 1941. We were conquered by the Japanese, and we were very fortunate through a fluke of circumstance. You can read it in my autobiography, published by Penguin some years ago, of how we were fortunate enough to get on a boat as stateless people and ended up in Canada. We had one suitcase each. We had lost everything, and we had a wonderful life before us. We didn't know what we were going to. We just knew we were getting out. We went to a country in Canada which was small, white, cold, full of white bread and white people, and yet, curiously, very welcoming. I was very welcomed, and my brother was too, in the public schools. Ottawa in 1942 was the capital of a little country that was at war, and so it was something where people were very conscious if you had lost something in the war that they would take care of you. And that was what I grew up with. I also grew up in a city where my father got a little job in the Federal Civil Service as a clerk in the Oils and Fats Department of Trade and Commerce, and he saw how advantageous it was for people to be bilingual. The French Canadians then were the only ones that seemed to be bilingual, and he said to me when I was 5, you know, you're going to be bilingual in English and French, and the sky will be the limit. And he was right. I grew up with the ideals of public service, as many of my generation in Canada did, because we had a wonderful prime minister called Lester B. Pearson, who brokered the peace deal around the Suez Canal and invented the word peacekeeping, which the United Nations has carried on in a noble way for all these years. And that was something that really colored my generation of people as I went to university, publicly funded university, I need to say. And still our universities are publicly funded, so any of you who want to come to Canada, students, please do. And afterwards you can stay on as immigrants and add to our brain pool. I wanted to learn everything about what had made our country what it was. The bilingualism and the foundation of English and French was very important to me. The Aboriginal foundation, we now call it the triangular pillar, the Aboriginal part was not, when I was growing up, emphasized. We were taught about the fact that there were Aboriginal people. We were given little beaver boards and told to gather pieces of cedar and birch bark so we could make teepees on this beaver board. And they gave us little stick figures and we dressed them in the fur. And they said, this is the way Indians lived. Nobody told us that 40 miles from Ottawa, there was a reserve, or what you call a reservation in the United States. We never saw a living Indigenous person in Ottawa. And it was as though we were learning about the Greeks and the Romans, about a civilization that had already passed. And I thought that was really very, very odd. I did. And I thought I'll make up for it sometime, and I have. Now, I'll tell you a bit about that in a moment because of one of my missions as Governor General. I have a view about what nationalism and small societies are because I went to study in France when I was 21, and the only nation that is comparable to France in terms of this is the nation state and you fit in it or else is the United States. Basically, the idea of the nation state does not welcome the idea of small languages, small groups of people, and the French put this through in 1548 when they forbade the language, any language except what we now call the French language, the langue d'oeil, actually. And they said, you can't speak Breton, you can't speak Gaelic, you can't speak Normand, you can't speak Provençal, you can't speak Occitan. You must speak only French. You must be monolithic in nature. And a lot of our problems arise from that idea that there must be something monolithic. My life after university, where I was very awakened to things like the world problems because Canada was taking such a role in peacekeeping. In my second year of university, the Hungarian Revolution happened in 1956, and we received 60,000 Hungarians suddenly in southern Ontario, including an entire university. And that made a big impression on us because we thought these people had to flee. These people were not welcome anywhere. These people are, were undocumented, etc. And we took them in, and suddenly we had Doppelstort and good coffee and all sorts of wonderful things done by former professors of engineering and philosophy. When I later came to have a career after doing graduate work in France and England, I went into television totally by accident, which is a story I won't bore you with today, but it is quite exciting. And it was not as a result of affirmative action. I am Chinese, although not as Chinese as I thought. My husband and I did 23andMe out of great curiosity. And when we did 23andMe, I thought I was 75% Chinese because I knew there was a great-grandmother somewhere there in the Australian goldfields who was Irish and who was probably no better than she should be, because who else would have married somebody Chinese who was doing laundry in some gold rush town, right? And that was always intriguing to me. And I thought, I'm 25% Irish and 75% Chinese. And then 23andMe revealed to me that I was only 68% Chinese and that I was 3%, are you ready for this? Sardinian. And then 7% Portuguese. Now, the Portuguese really got around, so that didn't really surprise me. And they got around in Asia in a big-time way, and they got there first, for one thing, and they also were always very interested in the local cultures and in intermarrying, unlike other colonialists, interestingly enough. I became very well known in Canada from 1965 until 1999 because I went into television, again by a fluke. I did not plan for it. I had worked on my doctorate of English literature and history and art and archaeology, and I was asked one day if I'd like to do a book review on a television program, a daily television program, rather like the Today Show. And I said, sure, why not? And I'd never been in a television studio. I knew nothing about it, but I liked the darkness. I liked the three cameras, and it was a long time ago. I'm 80, okay? So I started in 1965, and these cameras still moved around the floor, and it was marvelous. I loved it. It was like being in another world, like going to the dinosaur park, only you were part of it. And the little red light came on and you knew you were on camera, and the little red light went on, you knew you were on camera. I loved it. And so I took to it, and it took to me. All I can say is if I hadn't been good at it, they'd have thrown me out in a minute. I have no reservations about saying that they're pretty ruthless people in that kind of world. But I managed, and I started and was successful in a number of shows, including one called The Fifth Estate, which is, after 40 years, still going and winning awards, and is very much like your 60 Minutes. But no affirmative action got me there. There were 45 people who tried out for my first job, and I got it. And so I just thought that was perfectly natural. And I think in Canada, it pretty much was. I later did public service by being Agent General for Ontario in France for 5 years. I chaired the Museum of History, and I was the president of McClelland & Stewart, which is the Canadian publishing company that was extremely famous for a while and was the first publisher of Margaret Atwood, who incidentally is a great friend of mine. I'm name dropping here because she had her finger on the pulse, and when we were 18, and we just turned 80, when we were 18, we met, and she was always going to be a wonderful writer, and she's the one that got me to do 23andMe, because she said, of all the genetic testings, that's the one you have to do, and I listened to everything that she says, because she was brought up by a scientist. Her father was a very famous entomologist. He has 2 insects named after him. Something beetle at Woody, and something fly at Woody. Anyway, I was fortunate in being brought up in a country where we met people like that and knew people like that, and it was so terrific. And then I was appointed Governor General in 1999, and everybody said, how did that happen? Well, it's very Canadian. It's also very Australian, very New Zealand. And we have our separate head of state and head of government. So our Prime Minister is the head of government and the de facto person who signs all the laws into being, gives royal assent to all laws in Parliament, opens and closes Parliament, is the Governor General. And I was Governor General for 6 years. And so in protocol terms, if it makes it simpler for you to understand, at funerals, like the funeral of President Reagan or the installation of the Pope, I would be seated with your president, the president of Germany, and the kings and queens of Europe. And I was appointed by our wonderful Prime Minister then, Jean Chrétien. It's a not political post. It's apolitical. And I lived in a wonderful house called Rideau Hall, which, if I do say so myself, looks to me a little more habitable than the White House. But also the offices are all there, but it is a wonderful place. And if you go to Ottawa on a trip, it's open to the public, and you must take a tour of it. I'm very happy with what we did with it when I was there. So you have all these constitutional obligations, but the basic thing that the Governor General does is to relate Canadians to Canadians. And one of the things I had as my thing was the native peoples, native languages, and the North. Canada is defined by its North. And we make a big mistake if we think we shouldn't live in that kind of climate. We love our climate, freezing ice and snow, 2 seasons, winter and summer, and we really think that is terrific. And our native people have always showed us how to live there. They showed us how to penetrate the continent when we arrived, and we did not come to Canada in order to do agriculture. We came in the 16th century, the French first came, in order to exploit the beaver, in order to get beaver skins to make felt hats for people in Europe. And that was the original opening up economically of Canada. And that's why the voyageurs and people like Groseilliers and Radisson came all the way up the St. Lawrence, across the Great Lakes, down the Mississippi. All they were looking for was beaver to enrich themselves. The Governor General is also the founder of all honors. That's a wonderful phrase. Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The founder of all honors means that you basically give out all the bravery awards, the literary awards. They're all named for the Governor General. And it is a very enriching and wonderful kind of post. So I was aware also of the symbolism of my appointment, but it is what Canada is. I was followed by the Right Honorable Michaëlle Jean, who was an immigrant from Haiti and who held the post for 5 years. And on foreign visits, because that's part of your duty is to do state visits, people would often not say to me, but to the staff, how interesting. What is she? And it was unexpected, but I think that's the value of being unexpected, to surprise people, catch them off guard. And it gave a message, too, that Canada is a country of immigration. And I have a particular point of view. I'll tell you about what I think of migration when I get to the panel. But Canada's government policy is to take in 1% of our population through immigration annually. Our population is roughly the size of California, 35 million now. So we aim to take in 350,000 immigrants a year, all of whom we want to become citizens within 3 to 5 years. And within 3 to 5 years, in fact, our first Syrian immigrants who came in 2015 are up for citizenship pretty well about now. Our citizenship is quite marvelous in the way in which it happens very quickly. And so once you become a landed immigrant, then you take tests and you do various things. And we have an 85% uptake of citizenship. In the United States, it's 48%. Australia, 78%. All my life is colored by the fact that I was once unwanted, stateless, and didn't know where we were going. All I had was my family. All I had was that belief that my parents gave me, that wherever we landed, we would make our life, and we would not only do well ourselves, but we would make the place where we were better than it was than when we found it, if we could. Our immigration policy in Canada was not new. We've had our ups and downs. We've had very ugly moments. We interned the Japanese during the Second World War the way you did, people that had been born in this country, or their parents had been born in this country, and they too, and we treated them shabbily. Any amount of restitution doesn't make up for that, but we try. We've at least apologized. We've at least given some money, and that is, I suppose, a value in our kind of society. But we had an immigration policy, and we've always had an immigration policy, and we had a French-Canadian Prime Minister in 1840 who said that the world would be coming to Canada's doorstep, and we should be welcoming everybody. Not that we wanted them to forget where they came from, but that we wanted them to be like ourselves, this are his words, Canadians. Then from 1899 to 1911, we opened up the West. We did not, although we have not treated our native population well, we did not clear the West with cowboys. We sent out the Northwest Mounted Police, which are now the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who went to various forts and made it habitable for people. And then between 1899 and 1911, we opened up the West, and of course that was really, really important. Now, this morning, John A. Powell said, you know, America was formed by the Anglos and the Saxons. I want to tell you, that means, in our terms, the English gentry. Thomas Jefferson, James Monroe, all of those, James Madison, all of those people, they were English gentlemen on plantations with great houses. It's not the case in Canada. Canada was founded by Scottish and the Irish who had lost their causes in what's now called Great Britain. People who were outsiders, people who were not of the center. And that's, I think, why deep in our psyche, we can take in everyone. The Prime Minister who presided over Confederation, John A. Macdonald, was the one who really helped to form our country. We have gone through some very dark times. The health of our society has been that we've been able to overcome these black marks, and that we've made our official apologies. When I came to Canada, the Chinese Exclusion Act was still on the books, which was that you had to pay a head tax if you were Chinese to get into Canada. But they didn't pay any attention to it, and we were never charged it. But somebody doing a PhD at UBC sent me 2 years ago a photocopy of the page in which I am registered by hand by somebody. Our family is all registered, but nobody ever asked us for money. It was just there. And I think a fundamental idea that somehow it was built by white people and that only white people would care to come to whatever inhospitality the climate might give them. I think that we have to be very certain when we talk about belonging that we know what we're talking about, what we belong to. And I think it is about lateral trust. And in my book, Belonging, which was a series of radio lectures, I talk about that, the aspect of belonging in the society and the allowance for disagreement among its leaders. But I also talk about two great concepts. Ubuntu, the African concept, which says that I am a person because you are a person. And it is a statement of cohesion and coherence that accommodates all living things. It emphasizes our connectedness with each other in the past and the present and the future. And the other one is the way the Bhutanese in Bhutan measure their prosperity, not by gross national product, but gross national happiness. And gross national happiness means living in harmony and being together. The Bhutanese idea is based on the all-important Buddhist concept of interdependence, and that is what belonging is. It isn't a club, it's interdependence. It's people leaning with people, together with people. We have to emphasize the individual courage of people to be themselves in order to be with other people. When I left being Governor General, I decided that I had to have a legacy project which reflect my life and the experiences that I had. So I founded the Institute for Canadian Citizenship, and we have programs all across the country that encourage new citizens to be inclusive, embrace fresh thinking. We have something called 6 Degrees Conference, which we have every September in Canada. We've spread out over the world as well. But we have some very practical things. I wanted to do some very practical things. I didn't want it to be airy-fairy, all thinking and talking and like-minded people getting together and saying the right things. The Cultural Access Pass was my big brainstorm. We give to every Canadian citizen through my institute, and that would be every year, 250,000 new citizens, because we try to get, as I said, 1% of our population every year. We don't always make it because it takes a lot of bureaucratic time to get people in. This Cultural Access Pass is given to everybody who becomes a citizen, and it gives them the access to 1,500 cultural institutions all across the country, all the provincial parks, all the national parks for 1 year, and the lowest rate on our national train system for 1 year, in order for them to feel that they really belong, that the heritage of the past of Canadians who came before them is part of theirs, and that they can see what was there when they get here and how they will be able to contribute to it. And then we do special citizenship ceremonies in public places like city town halls, libraries. We've even done them in lobbies of hotels or public parks in the summer, where we have round tables before, where the new citizens sit with established citizens. We put out a call to people, and everybody wants to come and meet the new citizens. And then they have round table and they discuss what they've found in the country, what they've learned, what they hope to contribute themselves. And then we have the ceremony, and then we have a big cake with a big Canadian flag on it. And do you know what Tim Hortons is, the donut shop? We usually have Tim Hortons and coffee, and everybody's very happy and goes off. I think that one of the other things that belonging means is that when you belong to something, you are part of that. And so citizenship is definitely not a pick and choose thing. I always say at citizenship ceremonies to people, don't say that I don't want to be bothered with that. I don't want to think about the Indigenous people. Bad was done to them before I came, and I don't have any responsibility for that. Citizenship is a fixed menu. It's not a Sunday buffet where you can say, I'll have the turkey, but I won't have the cranberry sauce, and I'll have the lobster, but not the shrimp. It's a fixed menu. And once you're adopted into a family, if you have citizenship, you owe that family your allegiance. Crazy Uncle Bob, who's an alcoholic, the gold digger aunt that you never receive at Christmas, all of that is part of your family. And you have to believe that, because that is part of what belonging means. It's taking the good with the bad. And I think that civic responsibility spreads out to where you live, and that's what we try to do through the Institute, this one large bowl and the single spoon. And the Indigenous peoples have always taught us that, because their image is the circle. And they always say they only have to open their hands with one hand with another and include you in. It's not hierarchical. And belonging as a citizen means taking the good with the bad. But it doesn't mean loving everybody. Loving everybody is not going to solve it. Society is made up of people that you don't like, who don't like you. that people you don't want to sit down and have a sandwich with even. But you have to give them space just as they have given you space. And that's how you create society, through the hard work of trying to overcome what the differences are, how to chip away at the rough edges. And it's not going to be done by just love. Hope, yes, but not just love. Two things I'll leave you with. The other things that make it possible for us to belong in Canada is our public education system. I was educated, I guess people would say in the United States, so rich people would say, you were educated at the at the expense of taxes. Yes, I was, and I pay taxes now, and I'm glad that I pay them for kids who go to school. Also, healthcare is a right of every citizen in their country. And that is my final word to you. In fact, I think that if you are, like I am, a member of the ordinary Canadian public, whether I've had a role that's been very, very cherished in society, or whether you're a teacher or whatever you are, but when you are somebody who has held high office in our country, in Canada, you go back to just thinking about yourself as just the human being who believes in this public education, in the public health care, in the welcome of refugees, the open doors to immigrants, the bilingual in our two official languages in our country, and the ongoing work of reconciliation with our Indigenous people. Thank you.
Please, a warm thank you. Thank you so much. Please, a warm thank you for the Right Honorable Adrienne Clarkson. Thank you so much. Je vous remercie encore. Now we are joined for our global migration panel, which will be facilitated by Catherine Taktakin. She's part of the National Network for Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Catherine is executive director, and which is a nationwide alliance that advocates for human rights of all migrants, regardless of their migration status. She's the daughter of an immigrant farm worker from the Philippines. Catherine was devoted for many years in grassroots organizing and advocacy in the Filipino community, and in 1986 was co-founder of the National Network. She is also a member and co-founder of the Global Coalition on Migration and the Women in Migration Network, both of which coalesce organizations and activists from the global regions towards international migrants' rights advocacy. She frequently speaks on a wide range of U.S. and global migration policies, including migration concerns at the intersection of race, climate change, the environment, and gender. Please give it up for Catherine Taktakin and the panel on global migration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chinaka. I'm so happy to be here to follow Adrienne. That's a very hard thing to do, but in a very timely conference and for a very timely panel. So I'm honored to introduce our co-panelists here who are joining us. Again, just an honor to be on the same stage with them. So I would like to introduce Mamadou Goita. Mamadou is a development socioeconomist and specialist in education and training systems. He is the executive director of the Institute for Research and Promotion of Alternatives in Development, or IRPAD. He works closely with farmers' organizations in Africa and other continents and sits on numerous international boards. I know him as a leader of Pandemir, the Pan-African Network in Defense of Migrant Rights, and I believe I last saw him when he served as co-chair of the Civil Society Days of the Global Forum on Migration and Development in Marrakesh last December. I see him in cities all around the world, so I'm really happy to welcome him to Oakland. And I would also like to introduce Berta Zuniga Cáceres, who is a social activist of Lenca descent from Honduras. She is the general coordinator of the Civic Council of Popular Organizations and Indigenous People of Honduras, or COPIN, a role she assumed following the murder of her mother, Bertha Cáceres, an environmental activist and indigenous leader who was murdered in 2016. We're so happy that she could join us to share more about the conditions in Honduras, a country that has very much been in the news here and has been a source of so many asylum seekers being denied access and justice at the U.S.-Mexico border. Thank you for joining us, Bertha. And I would also like to welcome and acknowledge Arlette Marisol Jacome, who will be providing translation for Bertha. So to begin, this panel on global migration challenges us to understand the right to stay, the right to move, and the right to belong. In our collective lifetime, we have known mass displacements of populations, people forced from their homes and homelands due to wars, violence, persistent poverty, all forms of persecution. Some have been welcomed into new homelands, some are falling into statelessness, and many face social, economic alienation and rejection. We have witnessed a change in who migrates. Today, half of all migrants are women. The proportion of refugees is even greater for women. And many children migrate by themselves or with their families. In recent years, the United Nations has acknowledged the growing phenomena of what's called large movements of forced migrants and the failure of most migration and refugee policies to address the needs of these populations, to find safe passage and avenues for protection, to guarantee access to human rights, and to be included within societies. The crisis of climate change looms as an increasingly significant driver of forced migration as climate-related factors, whether due to slow or rapid onset climate change, exacerbates conditions for people who may already experience marginalization in their countries. Today, some 25 million people around the world are displaced due to climate-related factors. But within 30 years, experts believe that number could reach 250 million. So you can understand in that context the importance of what we're discussing here in this conference. Not surprisingly, countries like the United States, a major contributor to the conditions giving rise to global warming, are also host to persistent and rising xenophobia and white nationalism, and are most resistant to the recognition of migration as a climate adaptive strategy and to policies that provide safe passage and inclusion for displaced peoples, whether within countries, within regions, or across international borders. So our panelists are going to help us to better understand some of these underlying causes of displacement and migration, and from that perspective also share how we can contribute to policies of inclusion, as Adrienne has done in her remarks prior to this panel. So you've heard from Adrienne, and I would actually like to first introduce Mamadou and invite him to share a few framing remarks from his position and experience as someone who has been very embedded, not just in his home country of Mali, but in understanding of the socioeconomic conditions throughout Africa. So, Mamadou.
Thank you, Cathy, for giving me the floor. I'm so happy to be with all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for this conference coming from Africa. I'm sure that when we talk about migration or migration, people are just in mind all these boats sinking in the borders of Spain or Marseille. Many people dying, women and young people and many children also in this trip. That is really killing, causing a lot of harm to Africa, preventing people from the perspectives that they have in the continent moving. Many young people are involved in this. Some people are saying that the flow is drying for this year because the statistics are showing that there is less people just dying in the sea for this last year. The flow is not dying. The flow is just the same. but the conditions have changed because many of these young people are dying in the Sahara. They are not getting access to the sea. This is why those who are getting to the other side of the sea are very few now, actually. If you look at the geopolitics of this region, mainly the Sahel regions, you will see that because of the narrowing of the legal pathways, many young people just are crossing the Sahara, getting from Central Africa, because there are many people coming from Central Africa, mainly Cameroon, DRC, and also Gabon, crossing the whole West Africa, coming to Mali, joining the north and going to Niger probably, and they try to go to Libya and join the coast of Europe. But there are many obstacles that they are meeting. The first thing is that there is a kind of externalization of the borders of Europe, because Niger has become the police for all the young people moving from the Sahara today. There are 4 military bases in this country, 2 for migration and 2 for fight against terrorism. This is what is the aim that they are having. If you look at, there is a US drone base in Niger, there is a French military base in Niger, there is a German military base, and there is an Italian military base. The 2 last that I mentioned are there to prevent people to move. So just trying to avoid this barrier that they are facing in Niger, many young people will just go and be hijacked by the armed forces, because you know that there is a numerous group of terrorists, but also gangs that are operating in this region. So many of them are intercepted by them, forced to join the groups, or they have been killed on the way back. Because if you look at the routing from Morocco in the past, many young people were going to Lampedusa or going through Ceuta and Melilla. That road was closed. Then we came to another one that is via Mauritania. And you all know that being black in this country is also a problem even in the continent. So racism and xenophobia has been contributed also to block this road. And now people going to Niger are blocked because there is a hotspot that doesn't tell. The hotspot, as if you don't know, are stages where centers where, detention centers where people have to be questioned about the way that they want to go and how they are moving from Africa to other continent. So Niger, the case of Niger is very critical because it's disintegrating West Africa, because you have a free movement of people, but many pastoralist groups cannot move again there, and many of them then are trying to avoid this country and then dying in the Sahara. So the flow is not dying, but it's just because most of them are dying in the Sahara trying to avoid the normal routing. So you cannot access to visa. Many of these people are going. So Katia has been emphasizing on some of the root causes. I will just emphasize on one. How did you come to this kind of situation for Africa, mainly on the sub-Saharan African? It's because of some of the neoliberal policies that have been implemented in this part of the country. From the adjustment program that avoid to have just investment from the government, for the state, on youth. Many of them now unemployed, with no hope, land grabbed by corporations, and the mineral resources that are exploited extravagantly by many of these companies, preventing the country to have access to resources to invest, so preventing them to go. So these are some of the root causes. And if you look at the agreement between Senegal and European Union on fishing, many young people that are leaving Senegal today to go to Europe are fisher folks. They are artisanal fisher folks, and they are obliged to go, and if you ask them, they will say, we are following our fishes, because European countries have been exploiting the resources, and now that there is nothing to do in the country, these young people are obliged to go in Europe and look for better lives. So this is the case of Mali, when we have gold production, but only 20% of the revenue of gold is for the country. The 80% goes for corporations. So how can you invest in this youth that needs more investment, more employment, and to be able to stay in their own country? So inside all this, you can see that there is an externalization of borders, there is economic problems that prevent people to go, and many of them are dying. The flow is not drying, but the flow is just the same, but many of them are dying before getting to the sea. So this is something that I want to mention first, and then we can come back again. Thanks.
And actually what you described as some of the the issue of externalization of borders, as well as some of the inequities and the source of those inequities within Africa, we can also see, I think, within Central America. So I actually just wanted to ask Berta to also share her experience in Honduras or within the region. Similarly, what are some of the conditions that people are facing there, and how does that impact the drive for people to actually leave the region?
Sí, bueno, primeramente decir que me siento muy honrada de poder participar en esta conferencia y aportar desde nuestra lucha y nuestra realidad.
So first, I would like to say that I'm very honored to be part of this conference and to share my struggle and our struggle.
Y bueno, también decirles que quisiera dedicar esta presentación a dos compañeras que trabajaron arduamente por democratizar mi país, Honduras, que han fallecido recientemente en un trágico accidente, la compañera Ana Paula Hernández y también la compañera Sally O'Neill.
And I would also like to say that I want to dedicate this presentation to two of my colleagues who fought to help democratize a lot of the systems in my country, and they are named Ana Paula Hernández and Sally O'Neill.
Bueno, decirles que para nuestra organización, que es una organización que lucha por los derechos de los pueblos indígenas, que lucha por la defensa de los territorios, pues el tema migratorio está muy relacionado con la situación económica y política que vive Honduras.
And I want to say that the struggle of the organization that I'm a part of, which fights for environmental rights and indigenous rights, is very linked to migration.
Y Honduras, a pesar de ser un país muy desconocido a nivel internacional, ha sido puesto en el foco de los medios de comunicación y de la población a raíz de las masivas caravanas migrantes que solo expresan la dura situación que tenemos en Honduras.
And despite my country of Honduras being a very small country and not well known, it has become a spotlight for the media due to the large caravans that have been coming from my country, and that is just a testament to the difficult situation and conditions we're living in Honduras.
Y que bueno, no son situaciones únicas de Honduras, sino que también se ven reflejados en otros países, pero que se han expresado de manera muy aguda en nuestro país.
And while many of these situations are not unique, they have expressed themselves in very deep ways.
Bueno, yo creo que el primer elemento, y que creo que compartimos en gran parte de Centroamérica, tiene que ver con la corrupción y la impunidad que enfrentamos en nuestro país, donde pues grupos económicos y políticos están sumamente aliados y trabajan en beneficio de sus intereses.
So one of the main reasons, which is something that is also occurring throughout Central America, is corruption, where we see several corrupt groups working together for their shared interest.
Con el tema de la impunidad, decir que los crímenes cometidos en Honduras, que muchos tienen que ver con lacerar la vida de las personas, hay un índice del 97% de la impunidad, incluso para los autores materiales de estos crímenes.
And there's also the issue of impunity, which is a very big issue as well. And there is a rate of 97% of impunity for crimes in Honduras, including for the intellectual authors of these crimes.
Y el crimen de Berta Cáceres también tiene que ver con eso, a pesar de ser conocido internacionalmente. Hoy hay una deuda con los autores intelectuales de su muerte.
And as we know, there's also the case of Berta Cáceres, who's included in this rate of impunity, and there's a huge debt on behalf of the intellectual criminals who committed this crime.
Bueno, el otro punto es obviamente la crisis económica y social. En una reciente encuesta de opinión a la población hondureña se ha preguntado cuáles son los principales factores por los que migra la población, y pues los dos principales factores son por cuestiones económicas y por cuestiones de problemas de seguridad.
So the second issue is also the economic crisis in Honduras. There was recently a study that asked Hondurans why they are feeling they need to migrate, and the two top reasons were the economic crisis and the issue of security in the country.
Y el tercer punto es la crisis de inseguridad, la crisis de seguridad que hay en nuestro país, en el que las principales víctimas son las mujeres, los jóvenes y la niñez.
And so the third reason for migration is the issue of security, where the prime victims are women, youth, and young girls.
Bueno, para nosotros una preocupación muy importante es obviamente la política económica que ha impulsado el actual gobierno de Honduras, que está basada en el extractivismo. El 40% de nuestro territorio ha sido concesionado para empresas mineras, hidroeléctricas y otras, de las que pues, la mayor parte de estas empresas tienen sede en Estados Unidos, Canadá y Europa.
And right now we're also seeing that there's an issue of the economic policies that are allowing for extractivist policies in our country. Particularly, there are a lot of these companies in Honduras who are, their bases are in countries like the United States and Canada.
Es una política que pone el mercado por encima de los intereses de los seres humanos, de la vida, y que solo beneficia a pequeñas familias que forman parte de la oligarquía nacional.
And so these kind of policies are prioritizing market policies over human life, over human dignity, and are only beneficiating very few people who are usually the oligarchy in Honduras.
Por eso la población hondureña, niños, niñas y familias completas están viviendo casi un éxodo, una crisis humanitaria que ha traído pues, a muchas personas a cruzar de manera insegura, arriesgando su vida, toda esa travesía hacia Estados Unidos.
And that is why we're seeing Honduran families, children, youth who are migrating from Honduras and who are putting their lives at this risky trip to come here.
Y decir que pues no es desconocido para esas personas esa situación, sin embargo, ante la violencia, ante la inseguridad que se vive cotidianamente, pues las personas prefieren arriesgar su vida a tener que pues exponerse a casi una muerte segura.
And so for these families and people who are migrating, the difficult journey is not unknown to them, but because they're living a daily violence, they would prefer to migrate than to stay where they know they will most likely die.
Y bueno, decir que esta situación obviamente nos conecta con muchas otras realidades del sur global, Centroamérica, de África también, porque esas son algunas de las razones por las que se está migrando, y pues nosotros también creemos que podemos encontrar una respuesta internacional a esa situación, ya que para nosotros también es muy triste ver a nuestra población tener que marcharse.
And so when we see these reasons, we see that they unite Central America and other parts of the world, such as Africa, and it gives us a reason to, I'm so sorry.
Sí, que pues esa situación nos conecta con las otras realidades de África.
Yeah, and these issues, they connect us with other parts of the world.
Y bueno, esa respuesta internacional tiene que ver obviamente con democratizar nuestros países, tiene que ver con la justicia social y ambiental y pues tiene que ver con obviamente oportunidades reales de un empleo justo y digno para las poblaciones.
And so this would look like the answer. So the answer to these kinds of issues would look like better democracy in our countries, better social justice, environmental justice, opportunities for people, opportunities for a dignified job.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bertha. So you've heard from Mamadou and Bertha in particular talking about what some of the conditions are in their regions that are motivating factors for people to have to leave. And we've also heard the president of this country refer to such people, both from Africa as coming from S-hole countries. And we've heard about the invaders from Honduras and the other Central American countries. We know that words matter. And I wanted to come back to Adrian, who earlier, as we were talking before we came on stage here, she was telling me that in Canada, they actually don't use the word migrants. And we've certainly heard when the word migrant was used in Europe that it's meant in a very nasty and negative way. But we knew these are the conditions, these are the people who are coming and why. And the terminology that's used to describe them certainly has impact. And I'm just wondering if you could reflect a little bit more about your thoughts on the words that we're using to describe people who are on the move and what impact that has. How does that contribute to public thinking about questions of inclusion?
Well, that, you phrased it extremely well. How does that influence the way people think? Language is everything. If that's what is part of our essential humanity, is our ability to communicate in words. And when we value words, they're important. And I think migrant for Canadians, now we're having, because a lot of Canadians watch Fox News, there is seeping into our vocabulary where there never was before, the idea of migrant. But it implies that you're just passing through. We expect you to leave again. And immigrant says, we welcome you in, we want you to be part of us. And we see immigrant as a noble term, which you in the United States have always seen before as a noble term, okay? I want to remind you of that. And you've been a beacon for that in the world. Don't give it up and don't let anybody talk you out of it, because you are a country of immigrants. You've been built by that and it's been your strength. And don't let that be beaten out of you because of all this other stuff that's happening. Immigrant is a noble thing. To be coming from immigrants is a noble thing. And we at our institute, we've been having this dictionary of terms that are used. And really a migrant in practice is an underpaid industrial or agricultural worker who is expected to return to their home in the off-season. That's one of the things. There's also the feeling it's patronizing and is, when you finish picking our soft fruit, like strawberries, please go home. And it's never self-applied. Nobody ever says, I am a migrant. They say, I am an immigrant, or I am the child of immigrants. They never say, I'm a child of a migrant. Migrant does not have it's not the right word to use, and I think it is very, very destroying to use that. An immigrant is a noble word, and the Americans above all should be the people that are promoting it and saying proudly that there is such a thing as immigration and immigrants. It's also Europe's bogeyman, right? The Europeans are a whole other thing that we're not there at this point to discuss that.
Well, actually, I do want to talk about what's going on in Europe. So I wanted to ask Mamadou, because you described this externalization of border security. We've all heard about Frontex and Fortress Europe. These are the policies towards people outside of Europe. And I'm just wondering how you see that influencing how migrants, and frankly, they don't have immigrants in Europe. They consider them temporary, and they only want them on a temporary basis. They don't want them as residents. But how does that influence how people are from Africa, from the continent of Africa, are included or rejected? What is that? What do you see? And what's the kind of the experience for the African diaspora also that's in Europe? How do they? What's the experience that they're feeling in Europe because of that?
Thanks. I think that there is a need to just have an historical background on what is happening between Africa, particularly and Europe. Because as you know, in 1884, Africa has been shared between European countries in Germany. Divided because for them to show that Africa was defeated, so they share it between countries. So this has created a kind of depredation of resources, but also the kind of relationship that we have with European countries mainly, but also is extending now to other continent, that is continuously assisted countries. So when you push the control of the movement of people out of your continent, this is the case with La Valletta. There are some agreement that La Valletta is one with European countries and Africa, giving some funding with conditionalities that you need to just prevent people to move. With the deportation programs, return is forced return, but they are saying that is a voluntary return, but there is no voluntary return in all these programs. So pushing back people. And Africa has the disadvantage first that most of those moving to these countries are facing racism and xenophobia. So already they are stigmatized, criminalized in all the ways, and the diaspora, that is contributing a lot in the culture, but also on the intellectual and all these scientific movement in Europe is completely stigmatized also because of the origin of these people. So you have a double stigmatization because they are black, because they are Arabs, because they are Muslims in some of these cases, and secondly, because of the history between Europe and African countries also is playing part of a game. And there is exploitation of the resources, because this continent is supposed to be the source of some of the resources that European countries are having. Just to give you an example, Niger is providing about 45% of the nuclear energy to France. But this country, less than 20% of the population have access to energy. And for the last 30 years, exploitation of uranium by Areva in this country, there are only 7% of the revenue that came to Niger. So the 93% has gone to the French companies. So it's a double way of exploitation, and diaspora is facing that problem. This is why African Union decided to have diaspora as a 6th region of the continent. So we have 5 physical regions in the continent: East, South, Central, and West. And then now we have the 6th region, that is the diaspora. Just to say that we care about this diaspora, African diaspora, that need to be protected, the right to be protected, not sending money back home, but also sending all this double culture that they are facing, and that the big we is that we need to promote in this kind of relationship.
And maybe if I can ask Berta, just kind of looking at the phenomenon in another way, what your experience has been in hopefully experiencing maybe greater solidarity with the people of Honduras. I think especially when your mother was assassinated, it was an issue that received, I think, a lot of empathy and shock and horror, but also support for the people of Honduras. And it was a bit of an awakening about what the conditions are there. And now with the Central American exodus and people moving towards the border, there has been resistance to terms like they're invaders, they're rapists, they're criminals. And I think we've certainly experienced people wanting to act in solidarity with people in Central America. And I'm just wondering what your experience has been over the last couple of years with how people are, not just in the United States and Canada, but around the world, reacting. Do you get that sense of solidarity?
Bueno, yo creo que han habido muchas experiencias, pero yo creo que lo esencial ha sido entender que nuestros países necesitan justicia, necesitan también una justicia climática, que eso significa, ¿verdad?, la protección de los territorios de las comunidades indígenas que están siendo despojados principalmente por empresas de los países del norte global.
So there are plenty of examples, but I think it's important to note that our countries need and deserve justice, especially environmental justice. There needs to be protection of indigenous people and of indigenous land, especially against the pillaging of our resources from companies that are part of the global north.
Bueno, también decirles que en un país donde la mayor parte de la población, sobre todo niños y niñas, mueren de enfermedades curables, tratables, se dedique el mismo presupuesto casi para la salud que para la seguridad, que es armas, uniformes e inteligencia, es algo verdaderamente penoso.
And considering that in a country where a lot of children are dying from preventable diseases, there is a need for aid and money to go to health instead of security, which would include funding for the military, funding for arms. It should go to health instead.
Actualmente estamos promoviendo la ley Berta Cáceres por los derechos humanos aquí en Estados Unidos para cortar la ayuda que Estados Unidos provee en materia de seguridad hasta nuestro país, hasta que no sean resueltos crímenes de asesinatos a defensores de derechos humanos y defensores del ambiente.
And right now we're promoting the Berta Cáceres Act for Human Rights, which is to stop the aid from the United States to Honduras until crimes against human rights defenders are solved.
Y bueno, yo creo que ante el huir de esa violencia en nuestro país y encontrar en cada país por el que transitaban las caravanas migrantes, Guatemala, México y Estados Unidos, gente que proveía alimentación, espacios donde dormir y que ha acompañado incluso legalmente a las personas migrantes para pedir asilo político, aquí ha sido de los gestos más admirables y que más nos han hermanado como humanidad en estos últimos meses.
And I think, as we've seen with the migrants who have been crossing to come to the United States, they've gone through Guatemala, they've gone through Mexico, and then come to the United States. But we've seen that many people have provided food, have provided for a place to sleep, and have also accompanied them, especially in asking for legal asylum. And seeing this and witnessing this is one of the most admirable parts of these migrations, and that has also been able to bring us together as humanity.
Thank you. We actually have, I know, limited time for our panelists, but I really wanted to come back to each of them to ask for some reflections on what we might do now and what we might do long term, what can we aspire to do that can address what we understand to be drivers of migration, a lot of what we often call root causes, but also what we can do to promote inclusion of people, particularly those who are undocumented, who are forced to migrate, and unless you're going to forcibly return or deport them, they are going to be living in our communities, in our cities, in our countries. So I wanted to come back to, I guess, each of you as maybe to spend a couple of minutes, maybe as some reflection and closing remarks about what can we do now, and what do you think we can aspire to do?
I think one of the most important things is that you look at your own society and think, what has helped us to be the kind of place that we are, that we want to live in, that we want to bring our children and grandchildren up in. And I think Canada and the United States have this immigrant strength and power because immigration is transformational. An immigrant who comes to the United States or to Canada and then becomes American or Canadian is not the same person that he would have been or she would have been if she had stayed in Mali or in Hong Kong or whatever. I used to play a game with my father about what would have happened to us if the war had not thrown us out of our country. How would I have been different? And I think the wonderful strength of immigrant societies is their transformational capability, because people are not the same. They escape from things like, in India, they can escape from, if they've come from India, they can escape from the caste system. They can escape from all sorts of things that they didn't want to be part of. And they have the choice in a country, which they call new, to become something. And I think that is the becoming strength of the countries that we call the new countries, although in effect they are not that new, because we have, in Canada, we have the oldest federation in the Western world that has never changed its constitution. And since 1867, everybody else has. The French have had 5 constitutions in that time. And so I think that's what we have to think about, is where is our strength? Also, to not be afraid of people who have been thrown out of other places as though we would now have them and we would then throw them out because other people's rejects we don't want. I think that is a great big mistake, because I think people who come and realize that they have a chance to begin again can often do more than they ever could have where they were. And I think we have to understand that that is important. We've done studies where we've shown that immigrant entrepreneurs immigrants are more likely within 7 years of starting their own business than native-born Canadians. And these are facts that you see. Now, there are many reasons for this. One is that they can't be, some of them could not be taken into regular things because they weren't wanted. And so they had to start their own kind of business. The other is that they just have that get up and go because they want to make it in a world which is not their own world. And I just had a wonderful example of this. I went to Calgary because I was there to do something for our own institute. And I had read that Aleppo, which was destroyed in Syria, right, that wonderful city, had great civilization. And one of the greatest things they have is something called Aleppo soap, which they've been making for 1,000 years out of olive oil and bay leaves. And it's the best soap in the world because there's no animals in it. And they destroyed everything, the soap disappeared from the European market, where I had been buying it since I was 21 years old when I went to France. And that for 2 years there wasn't any. And suddenly in the newspaper, the Globe and Mail in Canada, it said, Aleppo soap maker opens in Calgary, Alberta. And this was a man from Aleppo, who was a Syrian refugee, who decided to start up Aleppo soap. And we went there and we bought a lot of soap, and he's now marketing it online. This kind of thing happens. And we look at, if we listen to the rhetoric of the people who want to exclude, we are never going to get anywhere. Think of always the people who want to belong, who want to do everything in order to make the world a better place wherever they are. And that's of every religion and every color. And listen to that.
Yeah, for me, a couple of things. The first is that I just want to mention that about 80% of the migration in Africa is intra-migration, so African going to other countries. So we need really to build more solidarity between countries, but also between continents. This is very, very important at that stage that there are migrants are criminalized everywhere in all the continent, actually. This is what I've been mentioning so far. So there is a need to share more information, because I just realize all the time that I come to North America that the migration situation with deep causes, but also some of the trends are not well known. So we need really to create conditions to share information, because this solidarity cannot be built if you don't know each other more deeply. And this is why we are fighting within Pandemi. This is a Pan-African network in the defense of migrant rights, including diaspora, African diaspora, but also in all the African regions, membership open with trade unionists, women groups, youth groups, and so on and so forth, just to fight for migrant rights. Mobility is a right, and we need to affirm it, to fight for it, and to defend it at any place and any time that we are. Yeah. So this is the key thing. And we have actually in African Union level 2 instruments that can give hope for us just to move forward. The first one is about the Agenda 2063. There is a component, a migration component, and the free movement of people in the continent will come to power very soon, in June probably. And then this is an instrument that we need to promote in the continent, but also to rebuild our relationship with our continent. And globally, the GCM that has been negotiated, even though the US have pulled out before the negotiations, I think it's an instrument that we can see the strength and try to elaborate more on this kind of solidarity between continent and solidarity between countries to see how we can move from this criminalization of migrants to a better openness, saying that today we are one world, so we have this big we that we need to build together. It cannot be done. If you don't know each other, it cannot be done if you don't have this courage to engage fights against the stigma that all this community from the diaspora to those moving between countries are facing in all the continent today. Thanks.
Bueno, decir que claramente cuando se piensa de políticas internacionales sobre el tema migrante, construir muros, sembrar el odio, no es una política eficiente. Al contrario, pensarnos en cambiar las circunstancias que han hecho y han expulsado a tantas personas de su país debe ser la política internacional.
So when we look at international politics and when we see people who want to exclude migrants, who want to build borders, who want to create hate, we realize that it's not efficient. And on the contrary, we should be changing the circumstances of migrants so that they don't have to flee and they don't have to migrate at all. That should be a priority.
Bueno, y un mensaje también a toda la población centroamericana y hondureña que se encuentra hoy aquí, es a no olvidarnos de nuestro país y a seguir luchando desde acá porque Honduras sea el país que soñamos.
And a message to all the Central Americans and Hondurans who are here, do not forget your country, keep fighting so that we can see the Honduras we wish to see.
Yes. Thank our panelists for not only what they've contributed in their comments, but who they are and what they do every single day to promote inclusion and belonging.
One more time, a rousing thanks for Catherine Taktakin, Adrian Clarkson, the Right Honorable Adrian Clarkson, Catherine Taktakin, Mamadou Goita, Berta Zuniga Gaceres, and her interpreter, Arlette. Thank you so much for being here. These folks traveled from the furthest away to be here with us, so thank you from Canada, from Mali, from Honduras, and from right here. Thank you for being here with us. We are going to try and keep the energy up as these panelists exit the stage. We don't want you to leave the room. We know we are a little tight on time, but we did not want to cut off our folks who visited from so far away. So we're going to do our version of a seventh inning stretch. Don't leave, but let's move a little bit. My DJ, my favorite DJ in the whole world, Dion Decibel, going to play one of my favorite songs. And I'm going to move, and I invite you to move, do what your body needs. I'm not going to lead an exercise because we all have different wants and needs for our bodies. But we are going to move a little bit as soon as DJ drop a beat, or just without it. Oh, welcome to Oakland, California, where the youngsters get hyphy. You're welcome to as well. The hyphy movement is just about feeling yourself, being in the building and feeling yourself, which you are welcome to do as well. It'd be nice to get a little speaker love, though. We say, yada I mean, and then the response is for sure. So if I say, yada I mean, that means, do you understand me? Do you hear me? Do you feel where I'm coming from? And you respond back for sure. It's going to happen in the verse. Kika's going to say it. He's going to say, yada I mean? And you're going to say, for sure. Yes, in the front row, he's getting it. They're getting it. I invite you to wake up your feet, your toes, your toenails, your shoulders. Eric Arnold's up here getting it. Hey, I see educators from all over getting it. Yes, stretch your body, move your feet. And when you're comfortable, after you've gotten it real good, go ahead and find your seat. Yes. You belong dancing. We got a lot of trauma about it, but you look good. I'll put that on That's My Word. Okay, thank you for your stretch. Stretch to the heavens, and then go ahead and find your seats. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. Thank you for the stretch. And now we invite you to find your seat. Remember the breath activity that Brett taught us a little bit earlier, and go ahead and find your position, find your seat. I see you unpacking, I see you moving. But we're going to get into our next panel, so please find your seats, and thank you so much. As you find your seat, great moment to find a breath or two. We're going to rock a little bit longer, Dion, they say. Can you put on some Stevie Wonder? I got soul. If I didn't, I wouldn't be in here, I think is the thesis of that song. Because if you put on that Stevie Wonder, I'm going to do a Soul Train line of 1. It's going to be epic. Soul Train line of 2, right? Oh, this is a great little stretch moment. We got 1 more minute of Stevie Wonder dance break, just because I feel that way. I see Mariah over there. Thank you for your work and effort. Don't judge my dance moves. Oh, I got a request? Yes, I can do the Cabbage Patch. Oh, I can do the Kid and Play. Yes. I can do the what's this called? Roger Rabbit. The Running Man. The new Running Man. I can do the Backpack Situational. I don't like it. Don't watch that live stream. I can do... That's what I got. Thank you for dancing with me. Clap it up for yourselves and then find a seat. Thank you so much. I know Stevie's talking about some other things probably, Dion, but I like the idea of like doing love to our community. You know what I'm saying? Like enacting love the way Stevie would. Yeah? I've said it a couple times though. Can't get that back in the bag. Yes, if you're dancing, I see you. And you look beautiful. And you belong dancing. We're going to ask you to find your seats for real now. If you take your seats, I have some chocolate kisses for your lips. Ooh. Go ahead and take your seats as we move into our last panel discussion, please, and thank you. I can't wait to tell you about this next panel. He's going to turn down the music and bring down the house lights, and all the people who've needed this stretch are going to come back to their seats. I can feel it. And then we're going to have a panel, and then a reception, and then rejuvenation time, and then more panel, and then sleep. We're going to bring the house lights down, and ask you to find your seats, please, and thank you. I could put on my angry West Oakland voice, but that seems inappropriate. If you can hear my voice, clap 1 time. If you can hear my voice, clap 2 times. If you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. If you see Rashid Shabazz up here with me, clap 4 times. What's up, you need me? Okay, I love you back. I ask you all, if you can hear me, clap 5 times. And then let's go just because we can. Everybody clap your hands. Very nice. Thank you for that stretch. We're going to invite you back to your seats. We're going to bring the house lights down. We're going to thank the amazing Dion Decibels, who's our DJ. And I'm going to introduce our next panelist. Yes, we can give it up for Dion. Emphatically, emphatically. Go DJ, that's my DJ. Next to the stage, I'm going to introduce all 3 panelists. This is for the Partnerships and Belonging panel, and we'll begin with Alexis McGill Johnson. Alexis is the co-founder and executive director of the Perception Institute, a consortium of social science researchers, law professors, and culture makers focused on the role of the mind sciences in developing interventions to address issues of bias and discrimination in workplaces and other key domains. She has designed and authored original research and reports in the mind sciences and regularly delivers presentations and facilitates workshops in the private and public sector on the role of implicit bias, racial anxiety, and stereotype threat. Alexis has led in the design of diversity and inclusion strategies for national organizations and developed empirical metrics to determine efficacy. Currently, Alexis is a board member and former chair of the board of Planned Parenthood Federation of America. We can clap for that. Previously, she served on the boards of New York Civil Liberties Union, Center for Social Inclusion, and the Citizen Engagement Lab. She is a founder of the Culture Group, as well as a frequent commentator on Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, and In the Press. During the 2004 election cycle, she served as executive director of Citizen Change. She holds degrees from Princeton and Yale universities and has taught political science at both Yale and Wesleyan. Alexis McGill Johnson. We'll bring her to the stage very shortly. We can clap it up for her right now, though. Joining Alexis will be Jeff Rakes. Jeff is the co-founder with his wife Tricia of the Rakes Foundation, which works towards a just and inclusive society where all young people have the support they need to reach their full potential. The foundation focuses on youth-serving systems, seeking to make them work better on behalf of the most marginalized young people in our society. Based in Seattle, the Rakes Foundation focuses on using the science of learning and development to advance more equitable learning environments and preventing and ending youth and young adult homelessness. The foundation recently launched an initiative aimed at increasing the effectiveness of philanthropic giving. Jeff is the former CEO of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, where he led the foundation's efforts to promote equity for all people around the world. Before joining the foundation, he was president of Microsoft's business division and served as a member of the company's senior leadership team that set overall strategy and direction for the firm. He began his career with Microsoft in 1981 and was instrumental in creating the Microsoft Office suite of productivity applications. We can clap it up for that. I'm a writer. I use it every day. So do you. Jeff is the chair of the Stanford University Board of Trustees. He is part of the ownership group of the Seattle Mariners, Go A's, and serves on its board. He also serves on the board of a Costco Wholesale Corp. and the advisory board of the Rake School at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Mom, stop laughing in the front row, please. Next up to the stage will be J. Philip Thompson. He's appointed deputy mayor for strategic policy initiatives in February 2018. Phil Thompson is responsible for spearheading a diverse collection of priority initiatives. He oversees New York City's signature Pre-K for All program, which provides free, high-quality pre-kindergarten to over 70,000 four-year-olds each year. Yes. And the continued expansion of the nation's first ever 3K for All. He will also ensure the continued success of the community schools and young men's initiatives and Thrive NYC, the nation's most comprehensive approach to mental health. Thompson's agency portfolio includes the Department of Youth and Community Development, Department of Small Business Services, the Commission on Human Rights, the Department of Veterans Services, the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, the New York City Public Engagement Unit, and the Mayor's Office for Workforce Development. Brother's working hard. Whew. He has been charged with expanding the city's investment in minority and women-owned businesses and leading the mayor's comprehensive strategy to encourage great voter participation and improve the way the city carries out elections, Democracy NYC. Prior to joining the de Blasio administration, Thompson was an AP of urban planning at MIT. His courses, which married real-world experience and cutting-edge research, covered a wide range of subject matter, including housing and economic development, urban politics, post-disaster planning, social movements, race and ethnicity, and American politics, among many other areas. Thompson is the author of Double Trouble, Black Mayors, Black Communities, and the Struggle for Deep Democracy, published in 2006 by Oxford Press. He received a BA in Soc from Harvard University in 1977, a master's in urban planning from Hunter College in 86, and a PhD from the City University of New York Graduate Center in 1990. Please welcome to the stage J. Philip Thompson, Jeff Rakes, and the unstoppable Alexis McGill Johnson. Thank you. You guys. Whew. Thank you.
Ooh, lights are bright. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. All right, can I have it one more time? Good afternoon. All right, I said let's get some energy in here. I know it's 4 o'clock. I thought I would start off by doing a quick exercise to see how our brains are doing at this time of day. I'm sorry, I'm going to stand a little bit because the lights are a little bright. Sorry. Who can tell me, who rides a bicycle? Okay, lots of people ride a bicycle. Okay, so when you have a wheel of a bicycle and then the radius of that wheel, what's that called? Okay, say it loud. Okay, all right. Now I want you to clap. Ready, go. The radius of a wheel is called a, if I tell you something funny, it's a, I don't drink Pepsi, I like, the white powder of an egg is called a, the white powder of an egg is called a, I can see how we're doing now. So what did I just do? I was checking on your conditioning because that's what we do at Perception Institute. We're constantly trying to figure out how our brains are automatically processing lots of information rather, very quickly and very efficiently. And sometimes what that does, how that gets in the way of our experiences of belonging, why we otherize, how we embed those negative stereotypes in our brains around implicit bias. We started Perception Institute 10 years ago when we were worried, actually, if you can believe it, 11 years ago, when we were worried about the experience of race under then candidate Obama, the conversations that we were going to have, whether or not we'd be even able to have these conversations around race. And yet, we knew that there was something really important about the science that was still largely living in the academy, working with social psychologists who were really had these wonderful ideas of how to disrupt bias, but they weren't necessarily translating into the public sector. And so we worked with that information. We started working with police departments and judges and school districts over the last 10 years. We started working with corporations and hospital and health centers and public advocates around these conversations. And largely what we've been trying to do is connect the dots between how our brains oftentimes can betray the values that we hold dearly, the values that we have around fairness, the values that we have around belonging. And the work that we want, the conversation that we want to have today is to really explore how those insights, both around the research, also play into the partnerships and the practices of engaging along the sector, along the lines of foundation work, around corporate work, around political work, around advocacy work, to figure out how we can build better partnerships to hold each other accountable and build more transparency in these constructs. So I'm going to turn to Jeff to give us your perspective, talk about some of the work that you're doing institutionally at the Rakes Foundation, but also your personal experiences as you think about kind of institution belonging.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll start with the latter part first, because sort of my own journey, I think, shapes a lot of what we try and do at the Rakes Foundation. I grew up on a farm near a very small town in rural Nebraska. And, it was in many ways a great way to grow up, but I will say a small town like that, 2,000 people, the only minorities in my town were Catholics. And you know, I was very fortunate. I went from a farm to the farm. I think I heard backstage maybe a little reaction to Stanford. I went from the farm in Nebraska to Stanford. Now, I do want to make it clear that my parents didn't Photoshop my picture onto a water polo player or bribe the university. There was no Photoshop when I applied, and there was no water polo, and there still is no water polo in Nebraska. So I was very lucky to get to Stanford, but I have to admit, when I got there, I didn't necessarily feel like I belonged. I didn't necessarily feel like I was Stanford material. The other kids of greater means, greater educational background, I felt a little out of place, but I had some great professors. I also had an incredible roommate. Ironically, a roommate from Nebraska. There are only about 5 kids from Nebraska that go to Stanford. But the thing about Kenneth, my roommate, is we grew up 35 minutes apart in 2 completely different worlds. Kenneth is African American. He was from the urban part of Omaha. Here I am from a farm. And that was the beginning of me learning some of the most important lessons of my life, things that I learned outside the classroom at Stanford. Kenneth and I became good friends. We moved into Ujamaa, which is the Black Cultural Theme Center at Stanford. And that was part of a journey where today I feel like I have more language to put around what I learned. And probably one of the most important lessons I learned is that privilege is invisible to those who possess it. And, you know, so that shaped a lot of my thinking from college on. If I fast forward on the journey to the Raikes Foundation and what we are doing today, I might start with education and how some of that early experience for me and my wife Tricia, who's here, how some of her early experiences shaped how we think about education. Our basic view is that the U.S. education system was designed in the 19th century. And it was designed to direct a few students, primarily white, male, upper class, maybe middle class, to rigorous learning experiences. And unfortunately, when we look at the system today, 150 years later, that legacy persists. Race and class are still the most reliable predictors of academic achievement in our country. And that's true even as our nation and schools become more diverse. Now let me flip over to our role in philanthropy. Philanthropy is largely dominated by white leaders. And many of those leaders want change. You know, they feel like they see some of the issues that we all care about. But I think it's very important to recognize that our perceptions, our ideas are shaped by the experiences that we had. And that's a problem because, you know, the education system works for someone like me. It was designed for me. But the result is, and you know, other philanthropists, they tend to be focused on what they know, their experiences, and they try and make the students, the teachers, fit into the existing system rather than really examine the system for what it is and then ask, why is it not producing the outcomes? And you really step back and understand the system. And so there's really that blind spot that we tend to have because the system worked for us. And I particularly resist this idea that, you know, we should just tell young people who are furthest from opportunity that they should just pull up their bootstraps and work hard and they too will be successful. I think it's extremely important that we understand where people are situated relative to opportunity, and this is one of the things that we work with John Powell on, because you have to really understand where somebody is relative to opportunity and what are the structures that get in the way before we can really have a meaningful impact on their opportunities. So in the case of the Rakes Foundation, we have embraced the ideas that John Powell has put forward under targeted universalism. We think that, yes, it's great to have a universal goal, but you have to understand where people are, especially with their identities, where they are relative to opportunity, and then have strategies that are specific to what they're going to need. And so, if you think about these narratives that we have in society, they can be so both pervasive and damaging in terms of how it shapes people's perception of opportunity. And what this did from a philanthropic standpoint is it led Tricia, my wife, my co-founder, and I to really speak out more forcefully and more openly on the need to focus on equity in philanthropy. So we focused a good deal of our energy on trying to persuade other white philanthropists to do the work that will help them understand the inequitable systems that we have in place. So I'll just say a little bit more about our education work, because I feel like that's providing us some of the tools that allow us to have this dialogue, what I hope is a bridging dialogue with other people in philanthropy. And I'm going to start out with school finance. Our country has a shameful history of redlining and denying black people opportunity relative to housing, to build wealth. And then you layer on top of that an inequitable school finance system that's based on property tax. And that's the system that we have today. So I'm spending a lot of time with the help of the Rakes Foundation team to really dig in and understand this, and because we need change. So I'm working with Linda Darling Hammond, I'm working with the Learning Policy Institute to try and use that as a way to draw other philanthropists in on the issues of inequity in our education system. Another example would be the science of learning and development. We try and leverage the science. Now, to be quite honest, the science kind of tells us what we already know. If you create an environment where young people feel like they belong, where they feel like they have the opportunity to succeed, we know that they're going to be more successful. The science tells us that. So we use the science to state what is the obvious, and that actually helps break down some of this narrative that gets in the way. Schools have to be designed so that the student feels like they belong, that they can be successful, and you can't do that with a race-blind approach. Identity and belonging are deeply intertwined. So the biases of the adults, whether they're explicit or implicit, they send signals. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to understand how can we shape schools and school systems to really understand this so that we create systems where these young people feel like they belong and can be successful based on their identity. That is a great example where this concept that oftentimes pervades society, white society, that color blindness is what we should aspire to. When you look at those kinds of examples, color blindness tends to fall apart. We aren't color or identity blind. It's better to know and deal with the biases versus a race-blind universal solution. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to build new structures, policies that acknowledge these identities and move us forward. We are quick to recognize we have a lot to learn. But, John Powell is a great mentor to us, and one of the things he said is even if you don't know everything, it's important that people who look like us wade in and build the trust, the dialogue, so that we can take the benefit of our experiences and try to bring people in. So that kind of gives you both a little bit of our journey and then how we're trying to use that in what we do in education, and we also use some of those concepts in youth homelessness and others. So we have a long way to go, but we feel like we're learning and we want to move forward.
Yeah, you're off to a really important start with some really core aspirations, I think. Phil, I'd love to hear, you've spanned academia, currently government work, labor work, building partnerships, obviously, and all of that, thinking about partnerships with big business, as it were. How do you kind of connect the dots and think about belonging and bridging those conversations?
One thing I'm working on now, and there are a lot of things we're trying to do as a city, but one of the things is to try and develop a concept of government that goes beyond taxing citizens and then spending through government programs. And thinking about how to use government to change the way the so-called private market works. And the standpoint or the starting point being, we are one country, we are one people, we are one nation, so how do we make the economy, including the private market, work for everybody? And as simple as that notion sounds, it's always been a fight in this country, not just about like what should government do, but even the notion that we are one people has been historically contested, first by slavery and slave owners. The notion that Black Americans were 3/5, is an example of that. But even on things like everyone's trash should be collected in a city. Until the Civil War in Chicago or other major cities, trash was, if you could afford to have somebody come pick up your trash got picked up. If you weren't wealthy enough for that, your trash didn't get picked up. And it wasn't until Chicago, after the Civil War, when a bunch of Civil War veterans fought to say, no, everyone's trash should get picked up, because we are one people. Because until the Civil War, that really wasn't a concept. We are one people and one city. Then we started having municipal trash collection. So what we're trying to work on in New York right now is, how do we actually think of the economy that way, from the standpoint of how does it benefit everybody? Now, for me, that starts with challenging the notion that the economy is something that exists separate and apart from our social arrangements and our public policies. Capitalism was founded on the assumption that human activities that are not profit-making, like taking care of children, taking care of elderly and disabled people, would be done by women or done by slaves for free. And these were obviously social arrangements, that women would take care of kids for free, and slavery obviously was a social and political arrangement. But the private economy depended on that to function, or that notion of the economy, private economy, depended on that to function, but we usually don't think of that as part of the economy, but it always was. And if you look at the last 100 years, basically, women said, we want to be full citizens. Black people, other people said, we want to be full citizens and treated like everybody else in the economy. But that creates a big problem for us as a nation, because we've never actually thought about how do we think about social policy and the economy as a whole to ensure that every woman, every person really has an equal opportunity, an equal shot to participate, to succeed in our economy. So that's one of the things we're working at. And government is the institution that works in the intersection of all of this. And for us, we're trying to reconceptualize our local government to promote the notion, promote initiatives that change the way people think about how the economy works. And I just want to give 2 examples. So one is youth employment, particularly for at-risk young people, connected to old people and the silver tsunami. So in the next 10 years, about 1/5 of New Yorkers will be elderly. The biggest job category for at-risk young people in the city right now and in the future will be home care, but taking care of elderly people. But home care is a terrible job right now. It pays minimum wage, there's very little training, hours are uneven, it's a poverty job and it's a dead-end job. And this hurts elderly people too because they don't get good care, and it costs government a lot of money because they don't get good care, elderly people are running in and out of hospitals and emergency rooms, and that's really expensive. So how do we actually re-envision a new kind of system for delivering care to the elderly that's better for workers who are young people now, and also better for elderly people, and also saves government money? And I think here there's a lot of room for innovation. We're looking at cluster care, like a worker in a neighborhood serving a number of clients in a neighborhood, but also telemedicine, which is something that business is interested in, particularly in the tech community. So how do we work together to create a system that actually works better for everybody? How do we do that? That's one initiative. And another initiative is around consumer organizing, which was really pioneered by Jewish housewives in the Lower East Side in New York 100 years ago, organizing for better meat prices from kosher butchers. But then it was kind of written out of the American narrative by law, actually, to shut it down. But low-income communities are seldom trained or organized to exercise their collective strength in the marketplace. And I'm promoting something called civic enterprises. And basically, one way to do that is, for example, organizing people in a community to buy cell phone services together. If you organize 5,000 people to buy cell phones together, you will get over $500,000 from a cell phone company. And I tell young people in New York, you can make more money by organizing people your age in the neighborhood to buy their phones together than you can by dealing drugs. And you don't have to shoot somebody to control a corner. And in fact, the more you work with people around you, the more bargaining power you have. So why are you dealing drugs, right? Why don't you organize people to buy cell phones together and buy cable service together, buy diapers together? But that kind of training of how poor people, low-income people should work together to impact the economy, to change the economy, it's usually not taught at all. So one of the ways we want to jumpstart that is by putting a chip on the NYC ID card. We have ID cards the city issues, initially for immigrants mainly, and 1.2 million people have an NYC ID card. Low-income Black and Latino communities on average pay about 10% of their income on finance charges because they're victimized by predatory finance, payday loan places, check cashing places, on and on, 10% of their annual income on finance charges. So we want to create a low-cost financing option by putting a chip on the card and offering on that card low-cost banking services, other financial services. But one of the things you get when people buy things with a card is data. So you can see in a given neighborhood, in a given block, who's buying phone service from this company, that company, cable service from here or there, where people buy their pizza, where they buy their diapers. And with that data, you can organize people. And our view is, if we can organize communities to save $100 on their cable bill or their phone bill, we think we can convince them to take 5 of those dollars or 10 of those dollars and put it aside for community organizing to continue this movement building. We think this is a way to finance community organizing that goes way beyond what foundations can do, and actually we can use those resources to build civic infrastructure in communities and independent political power in these communities. So that's a couple of the things we're trying to do, to use government differently.
It's really incredibly powerful. I think that It's interesting, the work that you both have touched upon still revolves around, I think, a notion of fairness, right? Like a belief that people actually should have equal access to good education, not in a targeted universal way, appropriately targeted universal way. But yes, but fairness in some way, kind of understanding the meritocracy doesn't exist, that colorblindness doesn't exist, and then also the fact that there's a value aspiration in bridging and building community in a way. And I feel like the values part of the conversation, the aspiration, rather, I would say the aspirational part of the conversation is something that we oftentimes miss in how we do it. I think that for us at Perception, the fairness paradox, the way that we've been perhaps taught to practice fairness over the years is something that is very, I think has limited us. And when we're in conversations with big corporations who believe that they've been practicing fairness. They believe that they've been doing the work to kind of invest in young people, build pipelines, those sorts of things. They still don't understand what's getting in the way of that work as well. And so I'm wondering if you could talk about some of the challenges, right? Like the aspirations are critically important, but what do you think is actually getting in the way if people do believe in that work?
Well, I'll throw in a perspective from philanthropy. You know, right now we're seeing some shifts in philanthropy, which I consider to be positive. We're seeing many more philanthropists or the people in the nonprofit community be interested in equity. I think one of the challenges is equity still for many is a buzzword. It doesn't have the power, the force of definition, of planning, accountability. So we're trying to figure out, okay, how can we dimensionalize it? How can we make it more tangible? So one of the things that we did, led by a leader in our foundation, Lindsay Hill, was work with a group, Promise 54, to have an assessment tool for the education sector. And basically it's a tool where a school and a school system can see where they are on an equity journey. So making it much more tangible in terms of where the entity is, where the organization, and you know, frankly, it confirms what you would expect, that we aren't really living up to the promise or potential. We at the Rakes Foundation have taken the survey. Mm-hmm. We think we have to really explore where we're at in our journey. So I offer that as an example of where we're trying to do things that will help the field navigate the journey and make the goal of equity more clear, more tangible, to have that force of definition, of planning, and accountability.
Is it just investing in outside groups, or what are the ways in which you actually are creating equity throughout your operations as a foundation?
Yeah, so for example, when we use the survey to get a sense of all the way from how people were thinking about their transportation to and from work, their health benefits, the diversity of our staff, not just the diversity of the staff, how they feel included as a part of the decision-making, the sharing of power, how that works with our grantees, the nonprofit community, our partners, what they look like, how they're thinking about equity. Lindsay led the creation of what's called BELL, the Building Equitable Learning Environment network, and what we're doing there is we're working with school support organizations. You can almost think of as management consulting groups for schools, and a fundamental part of working with us on BELL was for them to share with us in the schools where they work, who are the students who are least well served. We made that a part of the consideration process for making the grants. And that's been a great learning journey for, I think it's roughly 8 or 9 of those school support organizations that we're working for, and we created a network so that they can each share their experience. So we're both trying to use these kinds of tools internally as well as externally. Then what we can do is we can build on that experience to try and bring others in the philanthropic and nonprofit sector and civil society. And ultimately what we hope, we're big believers in catalytic philanthropy, we hope that what we are doing through our philanthropic work is identifying the kind of innovative interventions that are co-created with the communities that we hope to have positive impact or positive change, and then use that, show the evidence of the efficacy, and then use that to try and encourage the scaling up and sustaining by the public sector and or the private sector. So we view ourselves as partners with, say, Phil or the public sector or education, because what ultimately we're going to have our greatest impact if we can figure out how to move the public sector and private sector resources in a positive direction relative to equity.
So I would just add that we're in New York, we're trying to figure out how to leverage our 20 billion plus in annual procurement dollars to support and build what I call economic democracy, companies that actually enable their employees to have voice on the job, but also, that are responsible partners with the communities and the people in the city where they are. And to tilt our preferences when we're picking contractors and handing out contracts to those kinds of businesses. Right now, if a business hires folks from one of our workforce centers that takes folks from public housing or low-income communities and does job training, they don't get any credit for that. And another company that does none of that might be a little cheaper and not work as hard, but it doesn't matter. And so we want to actually leverage our dollars towards those kinds of companies. And the other thing is Thomas Jefferson and James Madison believed that that Americans, to be citizens, had to actually own something in the economy so that every day when they work, they would learn how to make good decisions and take responsibility for their decisions. So they said either you should own property, land, or if they worked in a business, the workers should own part of that business. So they learn democracy every day. And you can't vote once a year, an hour or two a year, and then think you're building a democratic culture. We actually have to build different kinds of companies, different kinds of enterprises, and we have 400,000 employees in New York City. Our city, we have to build different kinds of government where it's just not a bureaucracy which looks like a dictatorship. You can't have people working in dictatorships every day and then think you're building a democratic culture. So how do we actually inculcate, as a city, a different notion of how a company works? So a company is something where workers are learning democracy on the job and practicing democracy on the job. So that's another thing.
Yeah, the question I have around that, though, is how do you bridge the identities? Like, how do you bridge the stakeholders, right? Because when we were doing work just like in police departments, we were having great success, not great, but we were having limited, moderate success in police departments, getting them on the same page. Getting them on the same page that there is a challenge. When we then brought in judges and prosecutors to have a conversation with police departments, it actually created a different dynamic where everybody had to hold each other accountable. That kind of multi-stakeholder work, I think, is really critical for bridging. So I'm curious how it happens between business, and then I'd love to hear it from the foundation side too.
Well, we have actually reduced, we ended stop and frisk. That's 98% down under the de Blasio administration. And we've really promoted neighborhood policing, and crime has gone down to the lowest level since 1942. So we actually crush this myth that, the way to improve safety is just rounding people up and harassing people and so forth. The biggest advocates for this new policy and most effective ones I've seen are actually the police captains in high crime districts who've said, we've changed our whole way we approach policing. We do more community work than what's called quote unquote policing. And guess what? It's working. People call us and let us know before a problem erupts. It's actually not super complicated. Communities are, cooperation is what creates safe neighborhoods. Bottom line.
Jeff.
Yeah, from philanthropic standpoint, or you know, what role do we think we can play? I think, you know, part of what we learned from John is that it's not that identity or identity politics are a new thing. It's just for a very long time it was really focused on one identity, you know, the white male identity. And I think part of what you're seeing now is that as we become, you know, much more, you know, vocal or more in conversation about the various identities of our society, I think what you see is that kind of pushback. And so I'll draw upon conversation with one of my friends, because we do talk about how this is really the hardest part, is how do you take the role of identity and make it a bridging conversation as opposed to a breaking conversation. Today, too often, in fact, we have a president who excels at turning it into a breaking conversation. So Darren Walker, who's the president of the Ford Foundation, like me, he's a philanthropic leader, but unlike me, he's black and gay. And what Darren emphasizes to me is that he thinks it's really important that people like Tricia and I are in the conversation. We've always had this identity-based society, but as I said, it's been you know, white and male, and that's really what's shaped the norms and the systems. In fact, Darren and I did a session at the Aspen Ideas Festival with Michelle Norris, and it was entitled "The Myth of Colorblindness." And one of the things that Darren said is that, quote, "When I see a bunch of guys who look like Jeff riding around in a golf cart in Dallas, having the conversation we are having right now, I'll know we are winning." Well, I think we're a long way from that. No, but seriously, I think, you know, people like me, we need feedback, we need to know how to build the trust, how to have the dialogue. And I think my role is to share what I've learned, how I've evolved, what changed me to be vulnerable in sharing that, you know, about my experiences, and also be vulnerable about where I've fallen short. And what I hope that does is that it creates spaces for others, in particular others in the philanthropic and nonprofit sector, where we're trying to get some leverage from our work to open their minds and think about how they can change. And so that, I think, represents the essence of what John Powell talks about with bridging, and that's what we aspire to.
Thank you. I think it's I kind of feel like I'm a professional bridger, like by nature. Yeah. I grew up in predominantly a white suburb to a black family, and went to universities where I was constantly being a bridge, explaining, finding retreat. Came into new areas where I'm still kind of constantly trying to explain one to the other, and then I spent like almost 6 or 7 years on Fox News trying to explain. I think that's a big bridging challenge. It's a big bridge, myself. Yeah, exactly. I'll just say. I was going to say I feel a little dirty, but the idea of it being staying curious, right? I think there's a skill set involved in bridging that really requires us to stay curious. But there's also a cognitive burden related to it too, right? There's a level of exhaustion in bridging and using your brain mentally to, both to kind of retain your own sense of identity and self and commitment to the work, but then also to, stay engaged. And I think that cognitive burden is actually the one hook that we've been able to build in the corporate sector, right? Because we actually say, when someone is really worried about how you perceive their hairstyle or their accent or, how they're showing up, or if they need to leave to pray several times a day, that's actually taking away from the work that's staying on task. And we have studies that demonstrate the level of cognitive burden. That's actually taking away from your productivity and your bottom line. There are strategic kind of arguments, business case arguments that you can make around it. I think we've been relying a lot on the politics of morality around it, the politics of fairness. I'm wondering, how do you actually also then create a way to bridge both the morality and the bottom line in a way. And I think the community policing was one way of making the case, right? Creating safety, but also actually building that community value in there. I'm wondering if there are other ways in which, I don't know, like just from an identity perspective, just the level of burden that we particularly those of us who have been otherized, or been broken by the current climate that we are engaged in and have to navigate. How do those systems affect you?
I never separate identity from power and policy. So the reason why waitresses make so little money generally, the reason why home care workers make so little money generally is because care work was mainly done by women for thousands of years, and it was supposed to be done for free. And people still have a hard time paying a living wage to a waitress or a home care worker or to a caregiver, and that has nothing to do with skill. Why do we call elementary school teachers and nursery school teachers unskilled labor, or home care workers unskilled labor? Taking care of a young child, you need skill. But the building trades, the plumbers, the electricians are called skilled labor. Why? That has nothing, that's about power, that's about social convention. I speak a lot to white workers, low income, some not low income. I spoke a couple weeks ago to the building trades, and I said to them, Frederick Douglass was a labor hero. He's not just a black hero. Slaves understood they hadn't gotten a paycheck in 300 years. They understood they had a labor issue. You didn't understand it was a labor issue. The Civil War was about work and labor. It wasn't just about skin color in the abstract. They understood that. Harriet Tubman is your hero, not just my hero. But the very narratives we tell about each other, when we tell about our history and where we came from, is segregated. In 1954, when the lawyers for the NAACP argued Brown versus Board of Education, they said the reason segregation was instituted in the late 1890s as federal policy was to separate poor whites and poor blacks who had come together in the populist movement. That's why. And so ending segregation isn't just about us liking each other or feeling good about each other in the abstract. It's about building power together. When Martin Luther King went to the AFL-CIO in 1962, Martin Luther King said to the AFL-CIO, I will end the civil rights movement and bring 40 million black people into the labor movement. We don't need two movements fighting for the same thing. We just need you to desegregate so we can join and we can be together. And when we come together, we change everything. Only 4 of 72 unions agreed with Martin Luther King. So it's about power. Where is Trump building his base? It's amongst those anxious white workers who feel like everything is slipping away from them, and the other are black folks, immigrants, etc. The narrative has always been used to give certain people power and deny other people power. I think poor white people are ready to hear a message like that in America.
Amen. Let the church say amen. I think that from, no, seriously, I mean, I think with the last question really was about commitment. It was about kind of short-term strategies moving forward in bridging dialogues, the kinds of difficult conversations that we know we need to have, we've been having for centuries. But it does feel like there's a critical time. We were just talking about this in the green room, like that this moment, this kind of political moment that we're in, where all of these forces have been coming together we've all been working on these issues for decades, right? Watching labor issues come to a boil, watching demographic change happen rapidly, watching immigration and our role as the U.S. in that. And so now that we're at this moment where bridging becomes even more important, and maybe it's a little bit easier to do because it is so us and them, what are the, how do you think about kind of the short-term strategies, and what kind of commitment are you going to give from the foundation in order to continue that conversation, lift that up?
Yeah, and then real quickly, I just want to back up to your previous question to say that the cognitive load that you described is quite real. And I just want to suggest to the audience a book called Whistling Vivaldi by Claude Steele that actually uses science to explain exactly what Alexis described. It's a fabulous book, and I think it really, really helps. To your question about what we're trying to do at the Rakes Foundation, or what we think needs to be done in philanthropy, the thing that we've learned from John Powell is that we think of the importance of bridging, and we hold that as our North Star. That is a role that we can play, and if we play it well, it can be highly leveraged, because we can bring other people, other resources, other power into this in a way that can be quite effective for achieving racial equity and social justice in society. So I think the key question is, how do we use that in a way that will shift these deeply entrenched narratives that you and Phil have talked about? Certainly, we hope that what we do at the Rakes Foundation represents a model of what foundations or philanthropy can do. We have to avoid the invitation-only process. We have to get out of our echo chamber. We have to work with those that we hope to benefit in ways that we are co-creating those so-called innovative solutions. Trish and I have to think about how we use our voices, how we communicate in ways that will bring more people into the tent, but at the same time staying true to our values, to our commitment to racial equity and social justice. And that may sound easy, but it is really, really hard, because if we come across in a certain way, we will push them away. What we want to do is we draw them in, and that's a big part of why we really try and learn everything we can about bridging. And we think along the way, another contribution we'll make is how we share our journey, because we are very committed to share our journey, and we hope that in the process of doing that, it will bring others along.
It's funny because, many Americans, 80% of whom haven't seen their incomes rise in 30 years. We've seen great inequality. But at the same time, America's the most wealthy nation in the history of humankind. I think household wealth hit $100 trillion last year for the first time ever. So the nation is really wealthy. We don't distribute the money broadly, but it's not because we're poor. And actually, if you look at on the horizon what digital technology and AI and all of that can do to improve productivity, and it's a promising, wonderful opportunity. The problem is we're not approaching the green economy or the tech economy in a unified spirit. And we have some structural issues we have to deal with. One of the things is we cannot afford, in a nation that will become majority of color in a couple of decades, we cannot afford to leave women, people of color, out of the tech revolution or the green revolution. Women missed the Industrial Revolution. People of color were on a cotton plantation or a banana plantation, never really got a foothold in the industrial economy. We can't afford that with the tech revolution, with the green revolution. And we have never, ever unleashed the human potential of women, of people of color, of the whole population. What that means in terms of how wonderful this country could be and how wonderful this world could be is something we need to actually talk about and describe to people. Because the reason Donald Trump says truth doesn't exist, it doesn't matter, facts are false, science is irrelevant, is because if we have a rational conversation about what we can actually achieve as a society, as a community, they lose. And that's where we need to go.
So I want to close on the opening exercise and see if we do any better. What's the radius of a wheel? The radius of a wheel is called I tell you something funny. It's I don't drink Pepsi. I like the white powder of an egg is called That is the power of learning how to override our automatic brain. We don't have to be at the mercy of it, and we can be open. What these learnings, these critical learnings that both Jeff and Phil have offered us really are about how we can open ourselves up to these long-term views and understand how our identity is actually an asset in these conversations, learning how to bridge and build better power collectively. So thank you both for joining me in conversation. Thank you.
Thank you to Jeff, to Alexis. Sorry, I never know if my sound is on. Thank you one more time to our panelists, to Alexis, to Jeff, and to Phil. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Y'all don't clap. Thank you. We want to thank you as well. We want to shout out the hardworking folks who work for the Marriott and the tech department. We want to thank Juana and Jennifer and the whole team who are working to feed us and keep the space clean and make our othering and belonging space, available for us, so we thank them. We also want to thank the hardworking staff of the Haas Institute and the volunteers running around. We see you, we thank you, we honor you. We know you're here first, you leave last. I know there's someone who hasn't been thanked properly. I'm here to thank you properly. Thank you. We have 2 different book signings happening in the next hour. We're going to take a break. There's going to be a reception in the East Hall. A reception will have food, there will be music, there will be livelihood, it'll be fun. You can also get books signed by either John A. Powell or Honorable Right Adrian Clarkson. Both be signing copies of their books in the Grand Foyer and right by the bookseller table. As I said, the reception will be in the East Hall, which is the room just directly next to here. We want you to get your food. We want you to commune. We want you to be right back in this room at 6 o'clock for our keynote conversation for the afternoon, for the late afternoon, which focuses around feminism and the future. So please get your food, get your books, get your love on, dance to DJ Dion Decibels on the way out the door, and keep your energy up. Thank you, Othering and Belonging. Mic's not working. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Am I live in the house? Can you hear me? Yes. Hello. Welcome back, Othering and Belonging. That reception food was delicious. I hope you stocked up on all the spanakopita and seared ahi your body can handle. I hope you used all your nonprofit resources, just like everything about you, and just gaffled them all and ate them all. And welcome back to the room. We want to thank DJ Dion Decibels. Dion Decibels over there holding us down on the 1 and 2s. It takes a lot to keep my mom dancing the whole time, and she said, he is killing it right now. And I'm gonna counter that with, we are living it right now. Thank you, thank you. We are ready to move into our next session, which is titled, Will the Future Be Feminist? Will the Future Be Feminist? I love it as a question. I'm trying very hard not to answer it myself. I have a thought, but I'm gonna wait to hear. We'll be hearing from Nina Simons. Nina Simons, the co-founder of Bioneers, is a social entrepreneur passionate about reinventing leadership, restoring the feminine, and co-creating a healthy and equitable future for all life on Earth. Right? An advocate for social and environmental healing, she speaks and teaches internationally on leadership and transformational social change, and is dedicated to the value of creating truly diverse collaborations and connections among issues, leaders, and movements. Her new book, Nature, Culture, and the Sacred, A Woman Listens for Leadership, is available in stores everywhere. Please welcome to the stage, Nina Simons.
Great job.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Are we all going up?
There we go. It's still not on. Good.
Oh, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you all for coming back. It's my incredible, huge honor and privilege to be here with these 4 amazing frontline sheroes who are doing so much for the sake of belonging and healing our broken world. And I especially want to thank the Othering and Belonging program panel and Connie Kagampang Heller and John A. Powell for the invitation to be here. And I just want to say a couple words about each of these 4 amazing women, because each of them is standing on behalf of not only their communities, but a much bigger we than their own communities. And they're standing in ways that are creative and fierce and clear and inclusive and very powerful. And so I'm tremendously honored. I'm just gonna say their names briefly so you can see their slides. And then what's gonna happen is that each of them will take about 5 minutes to describe their own paths and their relationship to this topic and this work. I'm gonna take about 5 minutes before they do their 5-minute introduction, just to offer some context and framing about this subject that we could have about 3 days of conference about, but instead we're gonna talk for an hour or so. And then after their 5-minute introductions, we'll have what Akaya Windwood has described as an emergent conversation. Many of you may know her from the Rockwood Leadership Institute. And so I'll be offering some questions, and each of them will respond as they feel called. Morningstar Ghali, you can read her bio in the back of the program, but she is standing on behalf of not only tribal rights and land sovereignty and missing and murdered Indigenous women and all kinds of legal issues facing Indigenous peoples, and doing it in profound and committed and fierce ways. Thank you. Yeah. Linda Sarsour is, I love what's in your bio as an Islamophobia person's nightmare. Yes. And Linda was one of the co-chairs of the Women's March, the largest march in U.S. history and perhaps around the world, and is just, again, tireless and fearless in the beauty and the clarity of the stand that you make. Thank you. Charlene is working with Groundswell on behalf of all women's reproductive justice and rights, and really, again, making a stand and making visible what so many women and men in this country are encountering in terms of unequal treatment around reproductive justice. And it's an issue so important to all of us, and I'm so grateful for the work that you and Groundswell are doing. Thank you. Yeah. And Saru Jayaraman, let me see how many of you out there have spent time working in the restaurant industry. Please raise your hand. Yeah, right? So Saru has taken on this gigantic organizing task that's not only organizing, but making visible a part of our collective community that's often invisibilized and typically undervalued, underseen, and underrepresented. And Saru's doing an amazing job of raising the issue and organizing a massive community around it. Thank you. So I think all of you know that feminist does not mean women on top. It's probably not necessary for me to say this. Feminist means a world that works for all. And and it's not just about women and femmes. For me, you know, feminist is about all human qualities associated with the feminine. It's about reclaiming our human wholeness. And it includes rebalancing and reorienting our institutions, our policies, and our relationship to the biggest context of all, Mother Life or Mother Earth. And it's no accident that the way we treat women and the way we're treating the earth are very deeply related. And historically, you know, patriarchal systems have been prevalent in many nations and many communities throughout the world for, depending which historian you believe, anywhere from 500 to 5,000 years. And so this is a deeply ingrained human bias. And really, as has been said earlier in the conference, it's important for us to recognize the ancestors of this movement, that there have been several waves of feminist justice action that have involved major sacrifice, major suffering, and actually, if you care about this issue, it's good for all of us to have a sense of that history and who those women were, and to remember that in the US, women have only had the vote for about 90 years. And before that, women were property. And in Canada, women have had the vote actually in the US for 100 years and in Canada for only 90 years. White women. Thank you. Thank you. I sit corrected. Right on. And I also just want to name that Valerie Hudson, who's a political scientist who specializes in gender equity throughout the world, and is a co-author of a book called Sex and World Peace. She maintains with her colleagues that gender bias is the deepest bias in the human psyche. And it may be, you know, it's certainly among them. So for me personally, being a product of a patriarchal culture meant that I didn't start trusting my own voice until I was about 40. Mostly because I had internalized patriarchal values so much that I compared myself constantly to all the smart white men around me and pretty consistently came up short. The other thing I just want to mention before I invite our panel into their introductions is that often in the mainstream media and online, there is a lot of focus and attention on how women shoot across the circle and how women break with each other across all kinds of divides, whether they're racial or age or, you know, class, all of those reasons, and orientation, right? But there is much less attention paid in the mainstream media and online to what I believe is actually the greatest underutilized capacity in our human toolkit right now, which is women's capacity to strengthen each other when we're in authentic, deep, aligned connection. And so we want to explore the mystery of both of those things and all of those things with our wonderful panelists. And thank you again for coming back from reception and being with us. And Morning Star, let's turn it to you. Thank you.
Morning Star Gali, Ilakatage Chi'i, Ma'ajumawi is Chi'i. My name is Morning Star Gali, and I am Ajumawi Band of Pit River. I want to acknowledge the Chochenyo Ohlone peoples of this land. I know that Vince and his partner, Louis, provided an opening for the conference here, but I think that as a guest on these lands, it's important to acknowledge our relatives. And so there are 4 Ohlone tribes here in the East Bay Area, and I want to thank them for having us as a guest here. I was born and raised right here in Oakland, California, at the Aim for Freedom Survival School in East Oakland. It was known as the Oakland AIM House, and I was born at a time that the county hospital here, Highland Hospital, had the 2nd highest infant mortality rate in the nation, that Native women were being sterilized on reservation lands across the country. And so my parents were very intentional about having us born at home, having home births for myself and my siblings, and also for all of our cousins. So I was the first of a series of home births, and then we were raised by the students of the Alcatraz occupation that had participated and built a schoolhouse called the Little Red Schoolhouse. That schoolhouse still exists today in the Oakland Hills, and the name of it is Hintel Kuka, and it is known as the Children's Place. And so being raised within a movement that was based on a foundation of love and had that respect that honored the matriarchy of the divine and of who we all are, and had that equalness and balance, these are all values that I strive to raise my children with today. For the past 7 years, I worked as the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for my tribe, Pit River Tribe, and within this last year, I moved to the Sacramento area and am now working more in advocacy and policy around missing and murdered Indigenous women, as well as addressing the criminalization of Native peoples that has started right here in California with the missionization era, with tribes here in California that were force-marched, just as my great-grandmother was, onto lands that were not ours, our peoples that were enslaved and that were forced into reservation areas, and our Indigenous women that were being trafficked. And so there was an exchange that happened of the stolen land for Indigenous women's bodies, and the soldiers that participated and still continue to participate, so we see that in many forms of the state violence, the interpersonal violence. I am sitting here before you today to speak on the topic of missing and murdered Indigenous women. It is a topic that is very dear and very personal. Just this past week, I lost a sister, the second one within the past 6 months, and I asked her family today for permission to speak a little bit and to tell her story. My sister, Jessica Nicole Alva, is a mother of 6 children, and she was found a week ago Tuesday and had been strangled in her home. I went to visit her and spend time with her family while she was on life support in these past few days, and she passed on Friday, late Friday evening, early Saturday morning. The San Francisco Police Department has ruled her death now as a suicide. They say that this was self-inflicted, going off of the story of her abuser, of her perpetrator, who has a known history of violence with her. He provided a false name, and yet this is still the story that the investigators are going with. And so to sit there with a sister that had everything going for her, that when we're at the forefront of this work and it still affects us so deeply, is challenging. And so I'm here today to share that information, that we're helping her family and contacting the San Francisco Police Department, demanding to know why San Francisco is in the top 10 of cities for missing and murdered Indigenous women, why public information has not been given. And so when Sovereign Bodies Institute contacted the San Francisco Police Department and asked for the information to include in the database on MMIW, all of the information that was sent was redacted. There are 17 cases in San Francisco, and when we cross-checked that with the DOJ list, the DOJ had names that the San Francisco Police Department didn't have, and so I can speak more about that later, but thank you for having me.
Well, I'm going to venture to speak for everyone here and say how sorry I think we are for your loss.
Thank you.
And the loss of your sister friend. Linda, would you like? It is Saru next. Thank you. We're sitting out of order. Sarah, would you give us your self-introduction? Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for sharing, and to Linda and Charlene also. Looking forward to hearing you guys talk. So my name is Saru. I am a professor at UC Berkeley and the co-founder and president of a national organization called the Restaurant Opportunity Centers United. We represent the 13 million restaurant workers in the United States. And we are the nation's second largest private sector employer and the #1 fastest growing employer. One in 11 American workers currently works in restaurants. 1 in 2 Americans, as we saw, has worked in the industry at some point in their lifetime, and yet the industry continues to be the absolute bottom of the barrel, lowest paying employer in the United States. And so why this is so critical is that you're looking at the nation's largest and fastest growing industry providing the absolute bottom of the barrel, lowest paying jobs and growing the low wage floor of the economy, so that we're really getting to a place of 1 in 2 Americans working full-time or more than full-time and living in poverty and reaching the highest levels of income inequality in the history of our country. And that is largely due to the growth of these enormous sectors like the restaurant industry that are allowed to continue with poverty wages because of the money, power, and influence of trade lobbies. In our case, it's the National Restaurant Association, which represents the chains, the IHOPs, the Applebee's. We call it the other NRA. It's the NRA that's as powerful as the Rifle Association, but I'm sure most of you haven't heard of it. But in doing research for my last book, we uncovered that the other NRA has been around not 30 or 40 or 50 years, as I thought, but 150 years since emancipation of slavery, when it first demanded the right to hire newly freed slaves, mostly black women at the time, not pay them anything, and have them live entirely on a newfangled idea that had just come from Europe to the United States called a tip. So in feudal Europe, tipping was something that was given as an extra or bonus on top of a wage. When it came to the States, it was made basically the full wage, a replacement for a wage because of slavery, because you had a population of black women who were never paid anything, and so why pay them now, even at emancipation? And so we went from a $0 wage at emancipation to the New Deal, when everybody was finally given the right to a minimum wage, except for who? Right? Farm workers, domestic workers, also people of color, and tipped workers who were told you get a $0 wage now as long as tips bring you to the full minimum wage. And we went from $0 in 1938 to the whopping $2.13 an hour, which is the current federal minimum wage for tipped workers in the United States. You're talking about 13 million workers, 70% of whom are women. And so I could just stop by saying to you that the largest workforce of women in the United States is paid $2 an hour. And what does that say about the value that the United States places on women, particularly women of color? We are valued at about $2 an hour. But I want to go further to tell you that not only do you have a population of single mothers, 40% of these women are single moms working in IHOPs and Denny's and Applebee's, not only do they have the highest rates of poverty and economic instability of any workforce, they also have literally and statistically the highest rates of sexual harassment of any industry, because when you're a woman working on $2 or $3 an hour in 43 states in the United States, your wage is so low it goes entirely to taxes. You're living completely off your tips. You've got to feed your family on those tips, and you're going to put up with whatever the customer does to you, however they touch you or treat you or talk to you, because the customer's always right. The customer pays your bills, not your employer, which means women in our industry are not told to tolerate harassment. Their managers actually tell them dress more sexy, show more cleavage, wear tighter clothing in order to make more money and tips, which means women in our industry aren't told to tolerate harassment. They're told to go out and encourage it. And the more they can encourage, the better off they are. And when this is the first job for half of America, including I'm sure many of you, this is how we learn as women and young men what is legal, normal, ethical, acceptable in the workplace, so that now we've interviewed lots of older women who tell us, I've been sexually harassed recently in my current career, but I didn't do anything about it because it was never as bad as it was when I was a young woman working in restaurants. So because we've allowed a trade lobby to get away with paying basically nothing to millions of women across America, we have allowed a trade lobby to set the standard for what's acceptable, normal, legal, ethical for women to encounter in terms of harassment their whole lives. And all because we allow corporate America to tell us how a woman should be treated. And so there are 7 states that got rid of this system many decades ago. I'm trying to talk as fast as I can. California is one of them. These 7 states actually got rid of this legacy of slavery many decades ago. So here in California, we require everybody to pay the full wage with tips on top. But we're one of only 7 states that does it. But here in California, we actually have half the rate of sexual harassment as the 43 states with a lower wage for tipped workers, because it turns out when you pay a woman a wage, she actually doesn't feel like she has to put up with being grabbed by the customer, because she gets a wage from her boss that she can count on, like every other worker in every other industry. And so we've been, thanks to Me Too and Time's Up, 16 states introduced bills with us to fully eliminate this legacy of slavery, just like California has done, and this year it is moving in Congress. It has a good chance of passing in the House, which would make the House the first House of Congress since emancipation to fully address this legacy of slavery. But we have a very, very long fight ahead of us, a huge enemy in the National Restaurant Association. And I will close by saying, to me, my definition of feminism through this work and over the last several decades has changed from my individual outrage as how I'm treated as a woman and how women are treated, to frankly recognizing that feminism must actually address, if we are feminists, we must address corporate control of our democracy, because frankly that has such a big impact on how most women in America are treated, paid, and the dignity and respect they receive on the job and in their lives. Thank you.
I don't know how you follow that, but I'm going to try. Good evening, everyone. My name is Linda Sarsour, and I am an unapologetic Palestinian Muslim American organizer born and raised in Brooklyn. And I was an intersectional organizer before everyone started talking about and doing intersectionality, before they named the conferences after it, before everyone was running around in the streets hashtagging intersectionality. I understood at a very early age, almost 20 years ago, that in order for us to combat anti-Black racism, we also had to combat Islamophobia and xenophobia and homophobia and transphobia and anti-Semitism and ableism and ageism. I understood at a very early age that we can't talk about gender justice without talking about racial justice and economic justice and environmental justice and every other justice that we all claim to be fighting for. I'm also a truth teller, and in a conference about othering and belonging, it's important to understand that in order for us to be in an authentic space, we also have to tell the truth to one another.
Yes.
We got to be in an honest space.
Yes.
And as a feminist, I always wonder if I do too belong in a feminist movement, one that often is led by white women who, the minute they get really uncomfortable, they run the other way. And so I have chosen to be an uncomfortable leader, one that evolves and wants to have the courageous conversations, that includes us understanding that we have to be in a movement where we understand we're not going to all agree on everything. And that a movement that is a true feminist movement in America, in a land where we are all from different backgrounds, different faith backgrounds, people of no faith, where we are workers and we are professionals, where we live in the cities and some live in the suburbs and some live on the farms, and we come from different backgrounds. Some of us are immigrants, some of us are have legacies to forced immigration to America, that we're just not going to agree because we're not the same people. And that I'm trying to be in a movement, and my role in the movement is that we're building what I call a united movement where unity doesn't mean uniformity. Because I'm not trying to agree with everybody in the movement. And I want to be able to have my own authentic voice, that I can bring my whole self to a movement, meaning that I could be unapologetically Palestinian, and that I could be a supporter of the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement, and that I could be a mom too, and that I could be a daughter of immigrants, and I could be Brooklyn 1,000%, and no one tells me, not that part, might want to quiet this part about you a little bit, because you know some of these ladies gonna get really uncomfortable with that. And so my challenge to all of us as we think about othering and belonging is that it doesn't always mean being comfortable. Even when you are in a place where you actually belong, it doesn't always feel good. Because right now we are in a very important moment, and I'll say this to all of you in this room. We are in a serious situation. Serious, like the most serious in your lifetime. And I am not interested in a conversation about people feeling good. I am interested in a conversation about centering the most broken, pained people in our country who are counting on us to figure out how to get this together and get us back on some track. I'm not saying the right track, because this country's never been on the right track, but at least a track that doesn't harm more people, and that I'm being a little more short-sighted. I'm known in the movement as someone who's very visionary. I think about things that are gonna happen 50 years from now, even a time where I may not be alive to see that time. But right now, I'm short-sighted. Right now, I'm like, are you all gonna get it straight for 2020? And this conversation that we're having is about feminism, and we're just gonna put this out there for people to sit with this. People of color, we're gonna do the right thing. The black women, don't worry about them. They're gonna do the right thing. Just letting you know. My question in this movement, if you are in it, and you are like, I'm a feminist, and I'm talking to my white sisters, this is what I need you to do, because I gotta have a call to action. I appreciate your allyship in the movement. I love that you show up to the conferences. But I need you back in the communities you come from. And I need you to take that 53 and make it 0. That's what I need you to do right now. And the big test that we have, because we have failed this test before. The black women told us when we went to the Women's March, they told me, Tamika and Carter, they said, don't go in there with the white ladies, because they're going to get what they want, and then they're going to leave you like they've done to us before. When they get what they want, they leave. And that's, the right to vote is a great example. And so what I'm asking here is this, the litmus test will be 2020 for me, because I'm still in it, I'm invested, I'm still trying to build with my sisters. But in 2020, if my white sisters allow for us to maintain a sexist, misogynist, racist, xenophobic, Islamophobic administration that is going to wreak more havoc in our communities, then it's going to reaffirm for me what the black woman told me. This just doesn't work. And so I'm hoping that we don't have to come to that place. So that's my role in the movement. I'm uncomfortable. I understand. I'm controversial. I understand. I can't help it. And I just hope that we get this together.
Just imagine how uncomfortable I feel if I went all that.
You'd be perfect.
All right. Will the future be feminist? Is an open question. And I have to ask myself, should it be? Because as we've heard on the stage, for many women of color, many poor women, many immigrant women, the notion of feminist comes with a whole lot of other things. And as a black immigrant, you know, mother at 16, growing up in working class, being impoverished, feminism for me has been it has not been anti-imperialist, but imperialist. That's right. Feminism has meant leaning into a level of supremacy that definitely did mirror patriarchy. You know, feminist was not anti-xenophobic. And so as this black woman, the question of will the future be feminist is a question that I have to enter into with a level of apprehension. Because if we don't actually be sober-minded and talk about that history and talk about the problematic of feminism, just the mere question of it actually situates, as you see on this stage, it situates whiteness. Just the mere fact of saying feminist, and that's a problem. That's a problem because we're having a conversation that makes the assumption that feminism is an aspirational hope rather than a nightmare for some people. And so, but the question then becomes, how do we lean into an aspiration while not ignoring the nightmare? And that is the complex question. And so not ignoring the nightmare means actually recognizing that a feminism that is centered on whiteness is actually complicit in the disappearance and murder of your sister.
Yes, yes.
It means that a feminism that is focused on whiteness and adhering to white supremacy is absolutely complicit in the ways in which women are grabbed and abused for pennies so that they can feed their families. And a feminism that centers on whiteness and imperialism is a feminism that is xenophobic and actually says that we don't belong. And so the question is not whether the future will be feminist, but what kind of feminism.
That's right.
Yes,
And,
yes.
and I think that that's what we need to grapple with. How do we actually think about the aspirations and then look to see where we have faltered? And how do we look at that faltering and not shy away from it, not become defensive, not try to push it back, not try to hide it under the pillow, but have bravery in confronting it directly.
That's right.
And so one of the things that I have to say that I have a problem with is this notion of white fragility when we're talking about white women. I have a serious problem with that, not because I have a problem with white fragility, but because if white women were really fragile, some of our lives wouldn't be so damn miserable. White women are strong as hell, right? And so to me, I think white women should be like real pissed and say, you know, my strength has been here, but you know, what are you using the strength for?
That's right.
And how are we banding together as people that recognize themselves to be women or centering themselves to be that, understanding their being to be that? And how do we actually say that that means something? You know, it means looking down and holding hands and saying, no, we can't have a patriarchy that actually levels people's lives to dust. You know, we can't have a class structure that doesn't allow babies to be fed. We cannot have a human structure that allows people to be killed and disappear. And so, will the future be feminist? I think a sharper question for us will be if feminism has the ability to be anti-racist, anti-imperialist, anti-xenophobic, anti-classist, has the ability to be loving and humanist, then the question is, how do we get there?
That's right.
Yes.
gosh, I want to be here for hours. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm curious to ask each of you, or whoever feels so moved to respond, how would you describe at the most human level what causes the breaks in the history of feminism, what causes white women to turn against other women? What would you say about that, based on your own experience?
Well, I will go.
Go, Shirley.
You know, I don't know if it is what causes white women to turn. And I'm saying that because, like, we're all socialized to be. And so I want to really, the problem I think that we always have is that we think that these problems are so personal. You know, and then so if I could just get that person to understand me, then life will be just better. And so it's not what causes white women to turn. The question is really like, why are we building systems and structures that makes it possible for human beings to turn on human beings? That's right. That's really the question.
I think there's a lack of understanding that if you don't center women of color, race, as Linda said, the people most affected, the people most marginalized, if you don't center them, everybody suffers. And I want to give a very concrete historical example related to the history I just shared. So I told you at Emancipation, these black women were told, you get a $0 wage, we're going to have you live on tips. There were actually two industries at Emancipation that demanded the right to hire newly freed slaves and not pay them anything at all. One was the restaurant industry, and the other was the Pullman Train Company, which was the luxury train liners running across the country that hired black men and called them all George. There's a really great movie you should see called 10,000 Black Men Named George. And those black men formed the first black union in the United States, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, led by A. Philip Randolph, and won the right to a wage rather than having to live on tips. But the black women in the restaurant industry, which is the other industry that demanded the right to hire newly freed slaves and not pay them anything at all, were not so lucky. There was a waitress union at the time that was white women that did not welcome the women who were newly emancipated into their ranks. And so what happened? You ended up with a restaurant industry seeing that it could find workers and not pay them anything at all, and essentially argue to Congress and state legislatures, we shouldn't have to pay our workers' wages, you should pay our workers' wages for us through your tips. And that was codified into law, and when it was, that became the law for everybody, the white women, the women of color, for the men as well. And so by not actually standing up for the black women at Emancipation who were told you're going to be paid nothing, everybody's paid $2 now. And so how different would it have been if everybody understood that if anybody's paid $0, that's going to happen to me? And so how different would feminism be if it understood that we cannot all be feminist until everybody is allowed to lead, to succeed, to thrive, and not have to be paid $2 an hour.
So I've been living this the last 2 years of my life, which is why I get fired up about this conversation. The answer for me is privilege. And the privilege is that if a white woman gets uncomfortable, she has the absolute privilege to walk away from the movement and act like she's not a part of it anymore. Because her life is not really that as impacted as the rest of us. I've had many moments in my life where I wake up in the morning and I'm like, forget this movement, I'm about to get out of here, because it's a lot. But I don't have the privilege of doing that. Black people don't have a privilege of saying they don't want to fight for their, right? Like, for me, I have this understanding that, like, I gotta be here. I gotta be here for my people. And also, a lot of people of color, we look at our lives and the way at least we organize as a collective. I fight for my people. White women fight for themselves, for white women. Like, white women are not in the movement being like, I'm here with the white women, I'm repping for the... They come with their own individual connection to a movement. And the very great example is the Trump presidency. So all of a sudden, Trump becomes president and the white women are like, oh my goodness, there's racism in America and misogyny and sexism and patriarchy and xenophobia. We're so outraged, we're about to go in the streets in the millions. And then the women of color were like, welcome to my world. You know, thank God that, and to be quite honest with you, this is a controversial statement that I make, but that's who I am, so it's fine. God, sometimes you got to see the blessing, right, in the really bad situation. So sometimes I think about this whole Trump situation. I said, you know what? Darn it, if we needed Donald Trump to make sure everybody knew that we've been living in a racist, xenophobic, Islamophobic, sexist country, then shit, like, I don't know, I'm okay. I don't know what to do. Like, I just got to fight harder. So I think that what I always ask, you know, white women in particular, is that feminism for me also requires that we sacrifice for one another, right? Feminism for me is about women being in space fighting for all women. And when one woman is not at the table, that I'm confident that if I'm not at the table, I know Saru's fighting for me, I know Charlene's fighting for me, I know my sisters is fighting for me. And oftentimes we come from the communities and cultures where we have this we, right? You hear us oftentimes, we say we. And it's not because, you know, we don't believe in the I, but we believe that we are fighting for, and when it comes to us organizing with white women, it's about, well, I'm feeling offended. And so recently you saw with the controversy with the Women's March is that we also, as women of color, understand what's at stake. I don't have a choice right now. We are in a detrimental, bad situation that could get a lot worse. So when I'm uncomfortable in a space, I stay. And then I reflect myself on, wait a minute, what is it about this that's making me feel uncomfortable? Because sometimes I'm not straight either, right? Like sometimes you're like, I evolve too, I learn too, we're all flawed people. And sometimes when I'm in a space and I feel uncomfortable, I want to reflect on what is it about me and what is it about what I'm feeling. And I think white women don't have yet that process. Many white women, at least ones that I've organized with, immediately go into the defensive and immediately say, well, if I'm not going to feel, if this is not about me feeling inspired and good, then I don't have to be there. And then guess what? It's going to be fine for them if they're not there. So I'm asking us all to sit in discomfort. And discomfort is okay. And it actually makes you a whole person when you are uncomfortable. And it actually pushes you to evolve and be better. And it actually pushes all of us, even us as women of color, we too are evolving. I've learned so much about unlearning anti-black racism as a light-skinned Arab American Muslim. I have learned a lot about unlearning things that are anti-Semitic tropes. I have unlearned, you know, things that I've, you know, heard about, you know, growing up around colorism, around class, around all kinds of things. So if we as women of color can reflect and learn and evolve, then I'm asking my white sisters to go through the same process that we're going through.
And I'll just add that every day when we're talking about othering and belonging, every day our fight and our struggle as Indigenous women, as our Two-Spirit relatives, is a fight for visibility. It's a fight to be seen for who we are. And so when you don't see who we are, when we don't fit that stereotype of the Plains Indian, the Hollywood Indian, as California Native people, when you come up to me and tell me that I don't look like an actual Indian, which I'm told regularly, when I'm being told that, well, we want to do something about the issue around missing and murdered Indigenous women. We know that it's an epidemic, but it's really painful to even follow this issue. It's really painful to even see the day-to-day. And just as our sister says, we don't have a choice. I don't have a choice to walk away and turn my back on my community. What I have is a responsibility. I have a responsibility to my community. I have a responsibility to my children. I have a responsibility to my sister's children now to ensure that this does not continue to happen. I was sharing before we came on stage that there's been an 850% increase in the past 5 years of missing and murdered Indigenous women right here in California. That California is in the top 5 states. The city of San Francisco is in the top 10 cities. And so when we have an issue of continued state violence, of continued sexual violence against our peoples, we need you to see us as people. We need you to see us as the human beings that we sit here to be. And so until you're willing to recognize and see us for the people that we are, you cannot support us in this fight, because it can't be tokenized, it can't be romanticized as it has been in the past. You have to be willing to leverage the power that you have.
Thank you so much, each of you, for your truth-telling, for your outspokenness, for your clarity, and for your fierceness. I want to switch gears a little bit and ask you, from your perspective, what might leading from the feminine and its intersections with other forms of oppression have to offer to transforming our society from one that is focused on polarization and breaking to one that is more focused on bridging and belonging?
Do you mind repeating?
Sure. Okay, it's a long question, I realize. From your perspective, what might leading from the feminine and its intersections with other forms of oppression have to offer to transforming the structural, cultural, and political forces driving our society towards polarization and breaking rather than bridging and belonging?
All right. So, on this stage, we talked a lot about violence against women. And so when you talk about leading from the feminine, if we don't talk about the impact of what the feminine means and when it shows up in particular bodies, right? So leading from the feminine can be a very romanticized notion if we do not get clear about what that means when it shows up in other bodies, right? And so I'm hearing, I sat here with Morningstar with your story about your sister, and, for myself, the first time I was ever molested was at age 9. And it was interesting because my babysitter left us with her husband. He said, I'll take care of the kids. You have to go, I'll take care of the kids. Because she normally takes us to her aunt. The next day, she was leaving again, and I was terrified. But she took us to her aunt instead. And the house was roped off with yellow tape. Every single person in that house was murdered. And so you're talking about multiple forms of violence that are coming and traumatizing people. So when you talk about leading from the feminine, from a 9-year-old who recognizes the feminine can often mean the violence against you, we have to be careful about that. And so we really need to be talking about what does it mean when we are honestly looking at how society has impacted multiple bodies. And so leading from the feminine might then look like resilience. Leading from the feminine might then look like truth-telling. Leading from the feminine could also look like depression. So we have to be careful about what does it really mean to lead from the feminine, and can we actually hold all of that?
That's right.
So it's a complex question, and we need to not be lured into trying to find simplistic answers for incredibly complex situations that are caught in complex bodies.
That's right.
Thank you.
My God. Deep. That's just, yeah. I mean, this has just been absolutely remarkable to be up here with these. I'm even learning just sitting in this space. I think for me, the reason why I'm invested in this kind of women-led movement, in its complexities, in its hardships, is that I believe in it. And I believe that if we just allow women to lead, we will be in a better situation. And the worst case scenario is how bad can it get if you just let the women lead? I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen, right? So that's where I'm at. And I think that we have also to realize that oftentimes when women of color in particular in movements are engaging in truth-telling, we are then accused of being the breakers. Yes. Mm-hmm. We are then accused of being the dividers and being divisive. And, you know, the tropes of the angry immigrant woman, the angry black woman, you know, that we're put off. You're supposed to be welcoming and making sure everyone's belonging. And we know this historically, even in war and conflict, where there has been civil war and people massacred in the streets, there's always what they call the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions, right? They always start off with what? Truth, and then the reconciliation. So my reframing of that is maybe courageous conversations and truth are what build belonging. And the running away from conversations that are rooted in truth and sometimes in discomfort are what is breaking us. And it is why we ended up in the situation that we did, because we never wanted to address issues of racial justice, right? And even attempting to talk about race in America is already met with race baiting. This is divisive. Why can't we just all work together? Race is not, you know, all lives matter. Why Black lives matter? This is where that comes from. So what I'm asking for in this women-led movement is not just women leading. It really, for me, is specifically a movement that is led by America's most broken, traumatized women, often women of color, indigenous, Black, immigrant, Black, trans, and right? Why? Why? Because this is important. Because the people who are the most pained and traumatized, those who are the most impacted by injustice, want to see justice first. They benefit from getting to the justice first to alleviate the pain. So if I'm following someone, I want to follow the people who want to get there first. And that is the people that are the most broken and pain people. So what I'm asking for us as we build this women-led movement, and it will be built, people have tried to destroy it even recently. The patriarchy has gotten in there, played with the minds, pinned us up against each other, but the women of color always prevail because we know what's at stake. And we know how the patriarchy works, and we know how racism works, so we don't allow that to happen. That's why we still stand. And so what I'm asking for is, what if we had a movement in America, like the one we've seen recently, where we put women of color in office who are not tokens, who went in there talking about anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism, who are questioning America's strongest lobbies, right? Who are questioning war criminals, right? Who are standing up for the living wage, who are talking about sexual harassment on the highest level, who are talking about gender nonconforming people, who are talking about repealing the Muslim ban, who went in there saying, we are here not to be tokenized and we're not here to window dress, we are here to lead. And they are leading us in a new era. So let's do this in 2020. Follow the lead of women of color. And I promise you, if you do that, not the white woman in the DCCC that said she was going to blacklist anybody that wants to primary white men, and you know what I'm talking about? Like, it's already happening. We didn't learn our lesson. 2020, follow women of color leadership, and I promise you, and you're going to say Linda told us, follow women of color leadership and organizers around the country, and I promise you we will come out of 2020, and we have a long-term strategy to put this nation on a track that respects the human dignity of all people, even ones that we don't agree with that are going to benefit from the work that we do. Because this is about, when we talk about othering, I know there's opposition. And guess what? Even the opposition benefits when we are strong, stand in our conviction, stand in our power, and when we fight for the most marginalized people, and when the most marginalized people are free in America, guess what happens? Everybody's free.
I'll just add that the right to self-determination is the future of having a feminist world, of having, I say honor the matriarchy, and I think that we need to not be afraid to say that. I was with a group of women, and primarily women of color, and even within a setting, they said, well, matriarchy is equivalent to patriarchy, and so how horrible would it look with women ruling? And I'm like, no, absolutely not. It's about having equality. It's about having that balance, because we are so unbalanced right now. And so when we talk about the right to self-determination, the right to our sovereign rights over our bodies, over our families, over our communities, we need to not be afraid. As Sister Linda talked about, sitting within that uncomfortable space, that's how we're going to be able to move forward within our communities and within that goal towards collective healing.
That's right.
I'll try to be quick, but I agree with Charlene. It's so complex that I had to ask you to repeat the question because feminine is not a word that's ever used for me, ever. I'm a bitch. That's what I've been called my whole life. Difficult, that word has been used for me so many times. The Restaurant Association, we're in a war. I mean, they've attacked me, they've put up attack websites, they put my baby's pictures up on attack websites, they've sued us for millions of dollars, we're currently under investigation by the Trump administration. I mean, it's a war, and I'm seen as a bitch, and not just by the NRA, but often by my own brothers and sisters in the struggle, because I'll just say, oftentimes the fight for 15 has not included tipped workers. $15 has gone up, and tipped workers are left behind at $2 and $3 and $5 an hour. It happened in New York, happened in D.C., happened in Massachusetts, happened in New Jersey, happened in Illinois. I mean, it's happened over and over and over again. As everybody else goes to 15, the women, and particularly the women of color, are thrown under the bus. And so when I raise that and say, this is not how we should be doing this, I am labeled as difficult and a bitch. And so I have to balance that and that label and that feeling and not feeling feminine at all with the other side, which I think is where you were asking about, which is in an idealized version of femininity, there is a sense of humanity and caring and inclusiveness that we do need. We absolutely need, and maybe this is unpopular here, but I represent 13 million restaurant workers, many of whom are white women, many of whom voted for Trump. And when we asked, why did you vote for Trump? What we understood is that for these women, Donald Trump didn't represent the predator and the rapist, and he represented the good tipper. And if you've been your whole life earning $2 and $3 an hour, and your life is, you rely on feeding your kids on men who come into the industry, come into the restaurant, and you're told your livelihood and your chance to feed your families depends on these men, and you do not call yourself a feminist. You don't even call what you experience sexual harassment. You're calling yourself, you're what you think of as survival. You're thinking of survival, and this is for white and people of color women in our industry alike. Then I do feel like the need to extend a level of understanding and trying to bring people together at the same time, like Linda, where we are telling the truth and we are fighting the fight and we are being the bitches at the same time. We've got to hold both. That's right. And so I don't see any future for us collectively unless we can reclaim womanism, if not feminism, as both fierce warriors and inclusive humanists at the same time.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that word forward too. I mean, I feel like, we are challenged in this moment to reclaim each of us, our whole humanity, which to me means something I sometimes call full spectrum leadership. That's being able to draw from our, yin qualities and our yang qualities, or our, all of our humanity, regardless of what kind of body we happen to be in right now. And for me, I have to say, I am motivated and inspired so deeply by what each of you are doing. And I want to thank you profoundly from deep in my heart for your honesty and your clarity and your perseverance and your courage. And also say that, you know, in study after study around the world, basically every time we increase the equity of women, everything else benefits, right? And the environment benefits, and the clean food and water benefit, and the men benefit, and the babies benefit, and right? So for me, the vision of a truly inclusive womanist movement is profound and powerful. And thank you all for the ways you're each contributing to that, really deeply, and for the ways you each showed up here. Thank you all for being here. Have a great dinner, and we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Once more for our panelists. Right? What a great way to culminate this second day. Thank you for reframing the question for us. Will the future be ready? Will feminism be ready for our future? Right? Which is a really great reframing of the question. I appreciate all of you. A couple of announcements, and then we'll get out of here. Thank you so much for an awesome second day. We reflect and appreciate your greatness. I want to thank everyone personally who's come up to me and thanked me. Thank you for thanking me. I thank you. It's reciprocal. Bay Area life. We want to thank all of the people who did the breakout sessions today, for all the facilitators of the breakout session, for everyone who attended a breakout session, but for the facilitators who put in that work, please give up some love and some thanks. If you've lost something, remember that we started the Lost and Found. It's out in the hall near the reception table, near the registration table. If you find something, you can take it to the Lost and Found, and not to me. Our last day is tomorrow. Breakfast starts at 8 a.m. The OMI Wellness Center will be ready at 8 a.m. We have 100 high school students coming into our midst tomorrow, so be sure to welcome them enthusiastically. If you have not yet visited our curriculum station in the hallway, it's well worth it. Go check it out. And you can give us feedback on Twitter or leave it on our knowledge wall. We start at 9 a.m. in this room tomorrow with Aswat. You don't want to be late. You don't want to miss them because you will be sad. In this room, 9 a.m. for Aswat in the morning. Thank you so much for everything you've given. Othering and Belonging. We'll see you day 3. Thank you so much.